Season of the Hunt has some of my favourite stories in Destiny, and it introduces some of the Light and Darkness saga's most significant plots. Osiris's year-long story kicks off here. Savathûn and Xivu Arath start to take centre stage, and the Guardian and Crow meet for the first time. If you have not listened to the previous episode that follows the journey of Aldrin Sov to his resurrection as Crow, it is at least worthwhile jumping in at the end of that episode for the section that starts with Pulled Pork, or even just at the start of the lore book, Tangled Web, which is from this season, as it covers how Crow ends up working for the Spider. That said, in-game we often experience the main narrative first, and then get to do the backstory in the lore books after. So this episode should still work without it, and you could just go back to that one later. If you are listening to one of these for the first time, then to set expectations, these episodes are an audio experience of like lore readings set to Destiny music. And the visuals you get if you're on YouTube or Spotify, where it is a video podcast, just consist mostly of my commentary for different entries, alongside a related piece of concept art or in-game footage, with the occasional in-game dialogue or cutscenes that I give some audio description for. And a big thank you goes to Ishtar Collective and Destiny Lore Vault for their transcription work. In short, the visuals are completely optional, and I encourage you to think of this more as an audiobook that you can play in the background. There are timestamps and a full list of all the entries used in the description below. I hope you enjoy. The death of Sagira. To set the scene, we start where Season of Arrivals ended, when the Black Fleet took a number of planets and moons from the system for an as yet unknown purpose. And this first section deals with the events that occur before the first story mission in-game, as best as I can determine. Footnote: I appreciate there are arguments for saying Season of the Hunt happens before the events of Beyond Light, but given the first story mission for Season of the Hunt did not actually release until a week after the expansion launched, and so most Guardians will have completed that story before they begin this one, I will take a diegetic approach and say that the Guardian is away on Europa dealing with Eramis whilst all the events we are about to hear happen, and the Guardian will only rejoin the narrative after returning from Europa, which will be when the first story mission starts and the next section of this episode begins. Royal Chase. Vannet, Praxic Scout Wideband. You still tracking that monster near Saturn? Yes. Nil 1 is holding position directly over Titan. On mark, 27 hours. Rotating off in 3. Long shift. You Praxic boys are cold. Regret your induction yet? It's not a problem. We don't sleep. Right. I mean, you do sleep. Negative. Come on. I've met Guardians before. We do not. Don't make me call in the gunny. Your gunny would know better than to argue with the Order. Okay, listen, Jeff. You're not the Order. I don't give a quiet. Energy rev spooling from the target. What? You said it was basically dead. Basically? Verim, record this. Establish direct feed uplink with Navtech. Uplink connectivity is spotty. Gravitational anomaly detect? No. It's collapsing. Navtech, return. Link reads as established. Navtech, return. Telemetric positioning pins us on the opposing side of Saturn. Displacement reads as 470,000 kilometers. Titan is gone. This doesn't make any sense. Navtac. Vanguard Recon, come in. Tower Actual. Harriet, are you out there? Signal. Redacted. Transmission. Redacted. Phobos Warden. Part 1. Zavala stared at the blank pages on his desk. He sat with his back to the window. The traveller shone brightly outside, but there was little warmth in its light. Since its reformation, Zavala found it strangely unfamiliar. Its size made everything else seem smaller somehow. He shifted in his seat and tried to relax his shoulders. He reached up to rub his temples and found he was clenching his jaw. He stretched his neck and placed his palms flat on his desk. His hands were cold. He knew where it ended, but he didn't know how to begin. Part 2. Osiris walked into the office without hesitation, as if it was his own. Zavala looked up and pushed his blank papers to the side. "Osiris," he said, "you don't seem to be taking your exile very seriously of late." "I treat it with the same regard you gave its enforcement," sniffed the Warlock as he crossed his arms. Zavala raised his eyebrows, but saw traces of a smile around Osiris's eye. He leaned back in his chair and gestured for him to continue. "I bring hope from an unexpected source," Osiris said. "There is a devotee of mine on Mercury, a certain Brother Vance, stationed just outside the Infinite Forest. His point of view is unique, but it may be more valuable than I had anticipated." Osiris opened his hand and cast a small projection, a fleet of pyramid ships. Since the Traveler's Reformation, Brother Vance has been studying prophecies where such an event took place. He believes he has discovered a way to stop the pyramids. A spider web of trajectories crisscrossed the projection. There was a flash, and the pyramid ships melted into Osiris's palm. Zavala leaned forward. "He found this by studying simulated realities?" "Specifically realities where the pyramids invade our system and the Traveler reforms," Osiris said. "In all the realities where the city survives, Brother Vance believes there is a common thread." "I know Vance," Zavala said carefully. "Can we put our future in his hands?" Osiris bristled reflexively, but then made a reconciliatory gesture. "We have seen more than our share of tomorrows, wouldn't you agree? We have done so through the strength of our community." The Warlock laced his fingers together. "Brother Vance is one man, true. But so were you. So was I. It would be unwise to dismiss what his future may hold." Part 3. The silence in Zavala's office was interrupted by a burst of static over the comms. Asher Mir's nasal voice rang shrilly over the speakers. "Ikora was unavailable," he said impatiently. "Asher," Zavala said into his comms, "what have you got for me?" "Oh, just some ravings about how best to handle the encroaching pyramids, if that sort of thing is of any interest to the Vanguard." Asher said. Go on, said Zavala.
I analysed the paracausal shockwaves from the Traveler's recent inexplicable pulse. I believe I could assemble a machine that could allow us to render these malicious polyhedrons inert.
Asher paused.
Vulnerable. Does that appeal to you?
How does it work? Zavala asked. Asher made a noise of deep dissatisfaction.
I could either build the machine or explain its purpose to you. Both would take equal amounts of time.
Zavala smiled. Build your machine, he replied. Is there anything you require of me? Asher considered for a moment.
No. I anticipated nothing more than your tacit approval, and so I am already thrilled with this conversation.
Asher said, not sounding thrilled.
I will do the same thing I always do. Find answers. Then I will deliver them to you. You can use them to form some sort of plan. How does that sound?
Zavala took a breath. Agreeable.
Very well. Do try to manage your enthusiasm,
Asher said dryly. The signal went dead, and Zavala was once again alone in his office. Zavala disconnected from the call and looked down at the blank pages in front of him. There was another burst of interference as the audio system squealed against a forced reconnection.
And thank you,
said Asher's voice over the speakers.
That will be all.
Part 4. Deputy Commander Sloane sighed as she entered Zavala's office. She fell into the chair opposite his and waited for a moment, head down, elbows on her knees. Finally, she spoke. Somebody's selling pretzels in the hangar. They're all out now, but I could smell them when I docked. Zavala leaned over his stack of blank papers. They're very good, he confided. They have little containers of beer mustard, too. Sloane looked up and shook her head in disbelief. I've been away too long, she said. It's good to see you, Zavala said. Sloane stretched out in the chair. She looked comfortable. Listen, he began. You've held Titan against the Fallen for long enough. I figured you could use a change of scenery. You've heard about the uprising on Europa? I'd be grateful for your expertise. The woman sized him up. A smirk played across her chapped lips. You want me on the front lines again? She asked. Must be a very credible threat. Zavala looked down. I'd go myself if I could, he said. We're being hit on all sides. I feel as though I'm just barely holding this system together. His mouth was tight, but his eyes were pleading. Sloane leaned forward and placed her hand on his desk. Don't worry, she said. We've survived many horrors. We'll survive this one too. Part 5. There was a soft knock on the door, and a technician tentatively poked his head inside the office. The system is ready, Commander. Zavala looked across his desk. No echo of the past called out to him. No guilt-driven daydream. Just a young man from the city, nervous about disturbing the commander. Zavala rose to his feet. He stood and braced himself against the desk for a long moment, arms wide. He took a steady breath and nodded. The technician synced the office systems and initiated a broadcast, then stepped to the side as Zavala approached. Sir, he whispered urgently, gesturing to the neat stack of pages left behind on the desk. Your speech. Zavala left the papers where they were and began to speak.
People of the last city, humanity has endured a devastating blow. Vanguard scouts have confirmed that Io, Mars, Titan, and Mercury have disappeared. We don't know why. We have lost contact with Deputy Commander Sloan and Jensen Scribe Ashamir. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers. And with those answers, we will form a plan. In the meantime, we ask that all lightless civilians remain within the safety of the city walls, under the protection of the Traveler. Do not lose hope. Humanity has survived many horrors. We have done so through the strength of our community, through steadfast commitment to one another. Stay strong. Be brave. The Traveler protects us, and we will protect you. The Guardians will come through. They always do.
Immolant, Part 1. Wounds. Commander Zavala stands behind his desk, riddled with documents, to greet Osiris. Through a cloud-covered shroud, the reforged traveler fills the office with a delicate glow. Osiris, I am glad to see you safe and with us again. Please, sit. Stress draws trenches in Zavala's face. Battle lines between worry and hope, duty and friendship, between survival and annihilation. Osiris meets Zavala's eyes. They do not scream traitor, exile, heretic. Instead, they seek wisdom, to confide in another who knows burden. This won't take long, Osiris states, remaining on his feet. Something is communicating across the forces of the darkness. Do not let Aramis blind you to other threats on our borders. His disquieting voice prickles. I can provide operational support for you, but that is all. The Vanguard's focus is on Europa. We won't abandon immediate threats to chase cryptic omens. Osiris scoffs in disbelief. Since when has the Vanguard been capable of only one task? He steps towards Zavala, thrusting a finger at him like a spear. How do you not see the tactical advantage of tapping into their communications? You know me better than that. We don't have the resources to launch a system-wide investigation. I put my trust in Eris. Zavala inhales deeply. 57 Guardians did not return to the city. Dead, or otherwise unaccounted for. The consensus factions have their own agendas in light of our losses. And frankly, I didn't expect to see you answer the call either. I came, and now you tell me there is no plan. Perhaps it would have served me better to... I won't be hounded by absentee guardians and armchair tacticians. Zavala slowly places his hands on his desk, as if restraining himself from destroying it. The information you've brought me is worth investigating. If you want to help, I will give you full authority to pursue this loose end. The city's archives and support systems are at your disposal, but I cannot allocate additional ships or manpower to your cause. Osiris nods, realizing he had no right to demand action. I apologize. Thank you. He motions towards the window's reinforced glass. The Traveler's reforging was a sight to behold. His words have a faint reverence to them. Zavala turns away from the traveler's pale light, his face dimmed. Indeed. I wish it was more than just that. These events were beyond us all, Zavala. I should have seen it. I just want to correct my error. I'll help you where I can, Osiris. Remain in contact, and if it is dire, I will point every gun at whatever fiend you uncover. Later, aboard Osiris's ship. Horticulture. A siren has long wept over Io, mourning the death of a once lively world. The life left sleeping lay deep in the cradle, awaiting a wish to waken the grove. On wings of flame and golden skein, the phoenix settled to deliver, buried deep with flaming beak, a seed to blossom and draw watchers hither. That's pretty good. I mean, it could be a little less narcissistic, but you've only had decades to practice. Sagira pokes. It isn't finished, Osiris grumbles. Stop reading my private drive. Fractals of color scintillate and split across Osiris's jump ship as it slips through space toward Io. His mind is still taxed from his last visit. He remembers, camouflaged against the rushing atmospheric bands of Jupiter, how he drifted alongside its evergreen moon. He remembers the deep wedge that sunk between the two bodies, dividing them. The pyramid before him, lascivious tendrils of wildfire hue, flowed from it like a grasping hand across the cradle. The image as clear as relived trauma. Io had been dwarfed against the black angular pit, seated in its atmosphere. His eyes could not leave it then. Even now, he feels himself falling into its gravity as they approach again. Have you sent it to Saint yet? Sagira flitters into view. She brings him back to the present, soaring across space. No, I told you, it isn't finished. Have you told him you're writing poetry again? He's going to have so much to say about that. Enough. You don't need to be involved. He badgers me enough as it is. Osiris barks, half-heartedly, his face softening as the words leave him. We have work to do. They lurch out of their jump. Jupiter's depth fills the canopy with pyrographic incandescence. Dozens of moons arc around the giant in careful, patient grooves, cut into space over millennia of gravitational friction. Io is not among them. Osiris checks and rechecks coordinates. Sagira assures him they are correct. They stare at the disparity together. The orbital readings of Sol's bodies are intact, gravity unaltered. But the system is gutted, 4 globes plucked from the skies. His eyes sink into the maw of eternal depth lurking in Io's place. An anomaly of darkness. Osiris stares as if looking into the pyre flames of a funeral. The corpse's uncanny familiarity. A stranger you half remember. There is only the gouge of Io's absence. A reckoning, whispered and left. Saturn grieves the loss of Titan. The cerulean jewel that once was had sunken into the gullet of the abyss. In its place, an anomaly, dark and rimmed in gravitational lensing. Osiris tears his eyes away and fixates on its sibling cavity, a swath cut through Saturn's rings by Oryx's blade during the Taken War. Within the rings, the dreadnought sails in solidarity with the anomaly's orbit, whispering back in harmony. "Do you hear that?" Osiris asks, turning to Sagira. He turns the ship's scanning array toward the anomaly. Like the tones Vance described. From the spires, and then the pyramids. It was coming from the anomaly that replaced Io as well. "I don't hear anything, but I can feel it." Sagira cringes and constricts her shell flaps. Like a shiver down my metaphorical spine. Osiris lowers his gaze. He does not want to see their failure or believe the cradle's tree, the forest, all the Golden Age treasures so many had died to preserve were gone. All their victories usurped and meaningless in the face of the enemy. For all their power, all their heroism, they had invited this fate. And when it came, they were not prepared. Phobos and Deimos orbit the grave of Mars, where a roiling depth festers, hungry and reaching out to the little moons caught within its influence. The war mind buckled, and yet somehow it ekes out existence in hiding, a survivor again. Anna still holds on to a dead hope. She should be out in the field as a paragon of the old age, charging forward to lead unsteady neophytes, like he has. Instead, she retreats to the city and lays her worries on Zavala's brow, promising a Rasputin perfected to rebuke the assailing horrors of the night. But the Warmind did not stop the pyramid, and unkept promises make Osiris weary. At least Sloane and Asher confronted the onslaught themselves one last time. How he longs for that assured aplomb. To know the way forward, one must bear the torch, he murmurs. Sagira is silent. Osiris can feel the weight of each lost world shackle her hope to a blistering reality. There is no reason to linger here. The ship drops into Sol's mighty starwind, the brilliant flames of the sun at their backs. Osiris's hope tells him he could find a subdued Mercury here, laboring under the angular shadow of a pyramid. But he knows his hope is a lie. The wound is all he can see. A pit ringed in flame. He remembers the vast nothingness he had witnessed in the infinite forest. He laments the loss of his clairvoyance within its coded halls. Perhaps there he would have had the answer to the question he wants to ask Sagira. Have I led us down this path? He tells himself that his last visit was driven by anger. Sagira had chided him for storming the lighthouse and ransacking Vance's possessions. "They're my relics," he said to silence her protests. In truth, what drove Osiris to Mercury then is the same as what drives him now. Fear. "Why didn't you tell Zavala about the lighthouses? About the tree?" Sagira asks. Osiris is silent. "There are people that will help. This isn't the Dark Ages. You don't have to do this alone." "When I have something to show them, I will. Right now, all we have are questions." Osiris watches analytical data stream up his monitor. "So where does that leave us?" "Mara began this escapade with her message. I did as she asked. I can only hope the Awoken can provide more answers."
Zavala, this is Osiris. I promised you updates, so... there's not much to tell. Mercury, Mars, Io, and Titan are gone. With that in mind, I wanted to give you the gift of perspective. I'm sending you an artifact, long kept in the care of my followers. It is of Hive origin. A fang of Zivor Wrath, sister to the taken king Oryx. The traveler may have reformed. And until it acts, understanding the darkness is our best chance at defeating it. Perhaps in this relic there is a real, tangible hope. Not just empty promises.
Dark heirlooms. An occult devices holding a shed tooth of the Hive God of War. Report by VanNet Encrypted Router. Zavala, your most recent correspondence came as a surprise. While I thank you and Ikora for undergoing the formality of lifting my exile, I had not expected any additional direction from Vanguard High Command, and so I have not read it. The zealots that followed me to Mercury have proved themselves useful. Twice now, actually. They possessed an artifact in their stores, a Hive fang. Look to the grooves that run along its route. They allow it to break away from the jaw so that another may take its place. The Hive bear resemblance to another predator I found in simulations of ancient Earth. I don't imagine you've ever seen a shark, Zavala, but you would admire their simplicity and single-minded devotion. They are creatures of predatory instinct, pure, in a way, to know what one is and act on it. They are not unlike our enemy. Not evil, but driven. You will receive a case. Within it, you will find said fang. It is of Zivu Arath, Hive aspect of war. In my travels, I found similar artifacts ground and burnt upon a shrine buried deep beneath Luna's crust. The shrine reeks of Hive magic, and it is obviously the site of a ritual. I fear that in reaction to our dark visitors, the broken ranks, left leaderless after Hash Ladun's demise, called out to be recommitted into the fold. It is time to act, Zavala. She means to test our vulnerability. Do not wait in your office for the Traveler to guide you. The city looks to the Vanguard to lead us to something better than fear. Be that leader, and I will stand by you. Fond distance. Rain falls in the dreaming city. From within a hollow amethyst cavern, Osiris watches the amber droplets pepper the ground and burst into misty vapor. Their subtle impacts echo off crystalline walls and meld together in escalating chaotic resonance that rings through the cavern. He could feel the sting of momentum dragging him to an unforeseen end. A million possibilities, and only a single chance to move through them. It's beautiful. I've never seen it rain here before. Sagira's words pluck Osiris from his stupor. The rain's tawny sheen fades from the wet ground. He thinks for a moment to ask her what she was saying, but airs his own thoughts instead. Petra was useless. She doesn't know you like Mara does, Sagira says wistfully as she buzzes back into the jump ship. Oh good, back in the ship. Again. You saw the look on her face when she read our data. She knows something she isn't telling us. Maybe she's just being cautious. We don't have time for the Reef's suspicions. They haven't seen you in years, Osiris. The same could be said for their queen. Osiris scoffs and raises himself into the cockpit. Unruly hive activity is all the intelligence Petra had to offer. When are they not? I can try talking next time. That might help. If we return, you're more than welcome to. For now, we're tower bound. Ugh, that sounds amazing. I can finally stretch my shell for a bit. Sagira flexes. Speaking of the tower, Geppetto keeps asking if you've checked under your seat. She jabs a tiny shell point downward. No. Sagira locks her iris on Osiris as he begins pre-flight checks. You're putting more effort in avoiding it. I'm really not. I'll do it. She flutters past his shins and dives under the pilot's seat. A muffled, "Found it," sounds beneath him. She emerges with a crumpled note tied in lavender frill and sealed by a crude wax stamp of a flaming bird. He made a stamp, she says, excitedly shaking vibrato into her voice. What does the letter say, Sagira? Oh, now you want to know what it says. Sagira, you just didn't seem interested. I can read it to myself. He will ask when we get back. Well, if you want to know that badly, it says he likes your new poem. Sagira?
I needed to put some distance between myself and Earth. So I headed to the Dreaming City. The city itself is still caught in its curse loop. Doubts will ever be able to undo the damage that Taken caused here. Unsurprisingly, Petra remains useless. She doesn't know where her queen is, and that leaves us with fewer allies than ever. Oh, and let Saint know I found the letter he hid in my ship. Tell him No, never mind. I'll tell him myself.
Fond distance. The tower crowd is dense and boisterous at dusk. Outside Zavanna's office, Osiris can hear Ikora's cool tone clearly pierced through the thick doors. Her words are considerate, crafted. Osiris contemplates interrupting them, but they have enough on their shoulders. To the hangar. If you're heading to see Saint, I'll tag along. Otherwise, I'll meet you back at the ship, Sagira says. First Anna, then Saint. Why do you always see him last? He is the most patient. You've been busy. Osiris takes in Anna's hastily assembled workshop located within the partition between the city and the tower. Tools and schematics litter the room. Talking to me or yourself? Anna asks and rolls out from beneath a disassembled exo chassis. Hard to tell sometimes, she says, standing. It's been too long, Anna. You don't visit often? She glances over her shoulder. Except to point fingers. I suppose we've both been busy. I'm glad to see you back in the tower. Anna rolls her jaw. I guess we have to stop running sometime? Osiris looks at the exo chassis. Do we? What are you here for, Osiris? Looking to make another mess for me to clean up? When the Warmind was overtaken, did you notice a resonant tone in the darkness's attack? Like this. Osiris asks and plays a waveform recording of the lighthouse's song. I was a little preoccupied, but I didn't hear any suspicious tones. You experienced the darkness's assault firsthand. Instead of using that experience, you're dredging up the dead. Osiris, content only if he alone can play God. Anna swiped a welding torch from a nearby workbench. You should meet up with Callus. You two would get along. Run the tones through your database. If your pet project has any related information, I'll run it. The words sarcastically fall out of Anna's mouth as she slides back under the exo and ignites the torch with a solar finger snap. Next time you want to drop in, use the ghost vine instead. The tower hangar is still, its ships grounded. Gearheads and pilots alike wait, intense reticence. Scramble speakers buzz with static anticipation of orders from Vanguard High Command. Osiris turns back to a lone point of light, shining through the gloom. I do not understand all of this code. This is Geppetto's speciality, Saint 14 says while standing bent over a wide desk covered in data tablets. Holographic images of the lighthouse shimmer in the hangar lights. We could use your crucible right now, your trials. This will be very helpful. You mean to stay, yes? I will. Long enough to show you how to implement the simulation. But tonight, I must disembark, Osiris says. So soon? Osiris tenses his jaw in forced silence. He twiddles with code. I'm worried about what Vance found. Saint places a heavy hand on Osiris's chest. Let go of your obsession. Do not leave chasing phantoms again. Phantoms? You think the darkness is satisfied? This is just the first move. I need to know the next before it's made. If there is something you fear, let me help you. We face this together. Osiris's mind drifts to the dark anomalies. Saint doesn't need another burden. The safest place for you is the tower, Saint. Time tends to renege on its gifts. So, your mission is dangerous? Osiris considers lying. Potentially. Then do not go. The Vanguard already scouts Europa. The forest is gone, my fiery bird. Saint gives an uneasy chuckle and bats Osiris on the shoulder with his palm. You do not need to disappear and go looking for another. Osiris smiles faintly. The forest is gone, and all the simple pleasures in existence could not replace it. Sagira had told him once that life ebbs and flows, and in that ebb, he is still lost. How long will it last until purpose rushes forth to find him again? Me disappear? He gives Saint a tilted look. I won't. I'll be back, and I will continue to keep Zavala abreast of my travels. And me? No number of tethers would keep him. Yes, and you. And you will answer my letters. Osiris skirts the promise. If I am able. Or I will send you with more of this candy corn, and Sagira will make you eat it. Please, no. Do not be ridiculous. It is delicious. Osiris fails to contain a chuckle. Saint embraces him. His mind is star-side, but Osiris still feels himself relax. Someday, this will be enough.
I came back to the tower, but you were in a meeting with Ikora, so I went to see how Anna's work with Rasputin is progressing. She's made several failed attempts at importing his consciousness into the body of a dead exile. Anna has a brilliant mind. She's squandering herself trying to salvage the remains of that Golden Age tyrant. She should put her talents towards something more productive. Maybe I'm just bitter.
Hall of the Cryptolith. Ketch. There is a saying among the Elixni: Ketch is kin. Kin are all. Out in the reef, the detritus of civilization is all there is. Out in the reef, ruins are as much landmarks as planets and moons. The flotsam of derelict colony ships from the Golden Age flood the atmosphere along with the ruined hulks of hive ships from campaigns fought against the Awoken. For the Elixni, finding the wreckage of a Ketch is like finding the ruins of a family home, and all the emotions that come with it. But the societal scars of Elixni clans have long since vanished, and for those who bend a knee to the spider in the remote corner of the reef known as the Tangled Shore, they have lost the privilege of such sentimentality. A salvage crew was dispatched the week after a small scouting party from the spider's personal fiefdom spotted the wreckage of a Ketch belonging to the lost House of Kings. The crew chief on the operation, an ambitious vandal named Kosis, had shed her attachments to a life within that very house years ago. But the choice to leave something behind and the act of doing so are two entirely different things. Kosis insisted first on surveying the wreck herself, alone, before allowing her team near it. They were to take anything with even a shred of value after unceremoniously cutting the vessel from bow to stern. As they marked it for dissection, she watched them from a nearby escarpment. She looked around and carefully revealed the small bundle of vestiges she personally salvaged from the Ketch. A ceremonial washing bowl, a child's musical instrument, and the cracked ceramic effigy of a servitor. Kosis covered them with a tattered cloth the colour of the setting sun, branded with the symbol of a house she no longer called hers, and buried them. It was the only dignity this ship would receive. Rations. As dusk fell over the frontier of the Tangled Shore, the salvage crew assembled their shelters in a loose circle around the downed Ketch. The dregs begrudgingly established guard posts on overlooks surrounding the camp, with nighttime sentry rotations to match, and the crew's scrapwork shank orbited the site on alarm mode. Savek seethed as she and the other dregs dug out their guard posts. These precautions were meant to deter competing parties from fighting the crew's claim, but it was a waste of energy this far out. The foreboding quiet would betray any approaching pikes. Once camp was established, each crew member received an ether ration commensurate with their station. Savek tried not to hunger as she watched Kosis inhale 3 full portions of the life-giving essence, more than twice her own share. The spider had given them just 2 tanks, partly as a cost-saving measure, and partly as an incentive to get the job done quickly. Later that night, a crewmate woke Savek from her deep slumber. "You're late. Northwestern posting. 2 cycle shift," the dreg grumbled. Savek clicked her mandibles in irritation and trudged warily into the deep violet gloaming of the shore. Savek was nestled in her dugout at the top of a wide dune, trying not to fall back asleep, when she heard a faint whisper. An urgent, familiar call from the far side of the dune, away from the camp. Savek bolted upright. Maybe someone wandered away from camp. Or maybe, she thought subversively, someone secured a portion of ether and needs an accomplice. The latter possibility sent her scuttling down the dune. When she reached the bottom of the slope, she found herself alone. Yet the beckoning whisper persisted, voluminous as an explosion and gentle as a caress. It came from a rocky cave no larger than Servitor. Savek drew her rusted shock pistol, clicked on her light, and peered into the cave. There, she saw it. The small black tower poking gently out of the ground, like a babe in swaddling. Worth. Savek returned to the camp as quickly as possible. Her excited description of her discovery was bold enough to spark Kosis's curiosity. Savek was keenly aware that failure to deliver on such a claim would be punishable by more than the docking of an arm. They gathered 2 dregs, but by the time the 4 reached the structure, Savek could see it had changed. Where once only darkness filled the space within its frame, a hint of sickly green light now shone. Tendrils of smoke wafted from the apertures as though it were an incense brazier. Kosis immediately strode forward and assessed the nodule crowning the surface of the barren rock. As the Vandal knelt beside the structure, she saw deformed latticework, like veins protruding through and eroding the stone, as though the object was grown rather than constructed. Kosis waved the dregs over. Pressure began to build inside her head, behind her eyes, as the ground rumbled. They sprang back, away from the structure. The artifice sprang to life in turn. It twisted its way out of the ground, spiraling upward and outward, spreading open like a terrible biomechanical flower. Only when the eruption halted did Kosis feel the pressure in her head recede. It was undeniably of hive origin, but Kosis had never seen anything of the sort. This implication, this realization, perhaps this was novel to the spider as well. If that were true, this piece of living hive technology would be worth more than ether. Perhaps. Kosis gestured to the now towering length of living metal. Take it apart. Return. 4-meter lengths of wafer-thin metal from the hive artifact were laid out side by side amid the scrap pulled from the innards of the Ketch. Even disassembled, the hive tower was intricate, multi-layered. Woven metal latticework coiled in ever-tightening concentric cylinders. Each could spin independently within the larger housing. Maddeningly complex armatures were contained within, lubricated by grisly, living tissue. Kosis had marked the hive salvage specifically for the spider's attention. It wouldn't be shipped off to marketplaces and storehouses like the remains of the Ketch. Finds like this were of special interest to him. Kosis considered sending a missive ahead of the shipment, but thought better of it. If she weren't there to present the find herself, another ambitious vandal or dreg might try and take the credit. Spider would probably promote the usurper strictly out of appreciation for their cunning. Kosis was so focused on ensuring the safety of her salvage that she hadn't noticed Savek and the other dregs running into camp from the direction of the cave. Kosis stood, sword in hand, half expecting a mutiny. But from the fear in Savek's eyes, Kosis quickly realized it was anything but. "It returned," was all Savek could exclaim. The dregs confirmed. The dismantled structure had regrown in a matter of hours. Kosis ordered the trio to lead her back to the site to see it with her own eyes. A part of her yearned to see it again. Much to Kosis's disbelief, their assertion was true. The structure stood as tall as ever, emanating its hideous green light. A pang of dread shook Kosis to the core. Her mind flooded with memories of childhood stories about the whirlwind and the onslaught of the hive. "Leave it," she ordered. "Leave it and do not return." It was a command, though one born of fear. The tower whispered an unheard counteroffer into her subconscious. "Come. See." Whispers. Savek found herself standing at the mouth of the cave when she woke. The first touch of violet pre-dawn was sharpening the horizon. She stared at the hive construct, her head crooked as her eyes traced the languid movement of its concentric metal turbines. She inhaled its luminous green vapor. Seek the whispers. They are faint. They are calling. She remembered putting in a full day's work on the Ketch, carefully disassembling the remnants of the gyroscopic stabilization system. The delicate assignment required her normally sure-handed touch, but that day she was distracted and unfocused. In a moment of inattention, she cracked the gyroscope's ceramic housing, reducing its resale value by half. The cutting word is a doorway, the first syllable of hated salvation. You've ruined it. That's coming out of your share. Kosis was suddenly standing behind her. How long had Savek been staring at the broken gyroscope? Flaws diminished the salvage. Half portion of ether, double guard shift, another mistake, and we leave you behind. Those last words were less literal and more a euphemism mutated over time through Elixni cultural drift. The dregs lowered their heads as Kosis strode off in the direction of the ether tanks, then turned their palms towards Savek in sympathy. Cleanse thyself of your decay. Then will the mind be free to understand the value of transgression. Savek remembered dragging her exhausted body to her guard post. She remembered watching the lazy debris of the reef float by. She remembered speaking with someone in the darkness. Someone reassuring and powerful. Who was it? She tore her eyes away from the obelisk and surveyed her body in the thin morning light. Her dry skin flaked, connective tissue wasted at her joints, and a sickly crust had developed around her mandibles. She was emaciated from lack of sleep and ether. Her hunger was a void, slowly filling with green vapor. When imagined, your potential will infect and spread. Sacrifice. Kosis dimmed her datapad display and did some mental calculations. Even accounting for the delay brought on by the Hive artifact, they were still far behind schedule. If the situation didn't change soon, compromises would have to be made. Either she had to return with less salvage than anticipated, or she had to stretch the ether reserves to buy more time. She'd have to reduce her own share, or reduce the size of her crew. Kosis knew what Spider would choose. She began cycling through crew members, deciding which one to call when the sudden silence of the moment struck her. No arc cutters sizzled, no grunts of effort or idle chatter, no clangs of loaded salvage. Just the empty wind and the whir of the rusty shank making its usual rounds. A dull pressure built in her thorax as she surveyed the abandoned worksite. She searched for any explanation except the one she knew to be true. With the holster unclipped on her shock pistol, she set off toward the hive construct. There they were, sitting idly in the dirt, staring into the slowly churning spire. They paid her no mind. She tried to speak, but only dull clicks escaped from her mandibles. When she finally found her voice, it came across as a croak, barely audible above the deafening whisper of the tower. "You lot, get back to work." Several of them turned and stared at her quizzically. They seemed confused. The smallest dreg and newest to the crew stood up. He approached her calmly, his voice the howl of the whirlwind. "Those born only to live cannot see eternity, nor they welcome here. If you dwell on that which is beyond your grasp, you..." The peal of the Vandal's shock pistol tore through the air, rupturing the crew's trance. Several leapt up, while others scrabbled away in disorientation. They stared as the young dreg slumped to the ground, his face disfigured by a blistering hole. The whispering had ceased. In the silence that followed, Kosis found the rest of her voice. "I just extended our ether rations by 3 days. She backed away, her pistol held level. "Hurry up! We're leaving as soon as that wreck is stripped." Sword. The Ketch that once belonged to the House of Kings lay on its side now, this vessel's underbelly stripped down to the curving superstructure supports. A half-kilometre of power cabling spooled out from the middle of ship, forming a path that led to the salvage team's tents. From the escarpment overlooking the salvage site, the Ketch looked like the disemboweled remains of some great beast. Kosis wondered, as she sipped on a hand tank of ether, if this is what her people had become. Carrion birds to the rotting carcasses of their society. She wondered how many more generations of Elixir it would take before the old ways were entirely forgotten. If any Elixir born today would know how to play the instrument now buried on the Overlook. Would her daughters be proud of how she had chosen to survive? She wondered where their bones were scattered. Wondered if they suffered when the House of Kings was torn apart. The sound of footsteps pulled Kosis from her thoughts. She affixed her ether flask to her belt and rose to greet whomever was coming. It was Savek, alone. "Your shift isn't over," Kosis firmly reminded the drag. Savek lunged forward with a sword, Kosis' own weapon stolen from her tent. She sucked in a breath, which might have exited her as a cry of confusion had the dreg not buried the sword hilt deep in her throat. Ether sprayed into the air, commingling with blood. The blade ground against her spine as she slid, helpless, down the length of the sword. As she fell to the ground, her vision tunneled dark, her extremities numb. Savek screamed a primal and unfathomable wail. The Vandals' last thoughts were of the Kell of Kells. Then, nothing. Unmade. Savek supplicates before the obelisk. It looms over her, listing from the cave entrance into the bruise-coloured sky. Its black metal surface writhes and undulates like worm flesh. It whispers of victory and transcendence. To claim evolution, one must be unmade. The throb of ether courses through her prone form. She can feel the longing itch of her arm stumps that yearn for regrowth. Sickly sweet ether leaks from her body, mixing with that of her crewmates. Flesh and mind are but cages. Become unbound, or remain ever unworthy. Savek's claws dig convulsively into the grainy dirt as her body ruptures. Her skin gives a grisly rip as her viscera expands beyond its confines. The thick glow of ether is joined by another more ravenous force. Plasm spurts from connective tissue as her body swells, molting and regrowing in an eruption of chitin. Your prison of the flesh is being unmade, your mind freed. Such glories do not come easy. Allow the flesh to give of itself, that it may surrender to the coming evolution. There, kneeling before her new god, Savek's mind is broken and remade in continuous motion. She watches as her memories are deconstructed into images without association. She observes her identity dissected into the unknowable motives of a stranger. She watches herself transform from she into it. You will know, through the pain, through the fear, there is no longer a you that was, only what comes next, and all the pain to follow. As the old self falls away, there will be only suffering. It raises its head for the first time and finds the tower likewise transformed. The black spire opens like a birthing cavity, yawning forth a new realm. The breach draws the creature into a massive cathedral hall with malachite suns roiling overhead. Here, the whispers are all consuming. As the old self falls away, there will be only suffering. There will be only suffering. Only suffering. Wild Hunt, the Warlock. The Awoken skulked through dead drags, picking at exhausted canisters like a carrion dog. She had done this each first week of each month since her revival beneath the grave heap in the bowels of the shore's fighting pits. She was knocked down many times that day, and many more in the short year she had borne the light, but found the ritual of righting oneself uplifting. The clawing repetition to breach unspoiled air taught that persistence rewards. Over time, with the light, panicked, bloody defeats instead became swift victories and acclaim. Clumsy and unrefined, it was enough to win battles with flashy results. Glitz drew attention to the verboten fighting ring. Its coordinators had not informed the Spider of the Syndicate's contributions to its stores of ether, nor their discovery of another Unclaimed Lightbearer. Instead, They had chosen to pocket cuts and remain silent. They sought to quiet the rumours and retain the flow. In their haste to dispatcher and trapper ghost, they taught Trin to devour, and the void freed her mind. Her short stint of bounce mystified in mythos over the months since her escape, but her name wouldn't fade from their memory. The ring still required dismantling. 2 days ago, she pressed beyond the tangled shore and its watchful Baron into the no-man's land between awoken borders and lawless drifting slag rock. Trin hunted vengeance and ether, her first nourishment, invigorating habitual nostalgia. The scattered elixir that remained throughout the system held little to nothing as the bulk of many houses' stores were consolidated on Europa, or less so within Spider's hold. Trin had no ship to leave the shore, but neither did her betrayer. She was happy to make do here. Proximity beacon is still picking up noise. Trin's ghost, Shakto, swiveled to her. Looks like your old pit buddy's tip was trustworthy. Trin nodded in acknowledgement as Shakto transferred the information to her tack band. He continued. They're fast, but not far away. Although, there isn't much cover in that area. The Lightbearer scanned the projection from her forearm. Fast, yes. Must be pikes. Can't be on foot. Prepare mine. We can catch them before it gets dark. They'll hear us coming if we get too close. And Trin whipped back mustard-coloured robes to straighten 2 short elixir-style scabbards at her hips before mounting her pike. A thunder crack sent her into the astral wind. Shakto compiled into existence in a holstered seat in the chassis, set just above the pike's manoeuvring apparatus. The front scoop sloped groundward from him like a trunk, fashioned with tusks and themed of an old earth beast. We're not even sure if they're fallen, just that something moved through the tripline. What beside elixir pikes moves that fast? Her voice was clear through their direct channel. Scorn on pikes. Their numbers are scant. She navigated connection points between drifting chunks of land. Rubble drifted against the pull of gravity. And they don't come out this far. It's one of his crews. Drix already wants you dead. You're making my point? I'm saying it's a fight we can avoid right now. The spider doesn't give them much. Shakto wanted to say it wasn't enough to die over, but he had seen her starved husk enough times to know that wasn't true. Sustenance was always enough to die over. And for her, hurting the ring was enough to spend 100 lives. Enough for us. Enough to hurt Drixus, even if he isn't there. The ether stops, the loyalty stops, the fights stop. He might not have come in person. Even so, Drix serves Avrok. Shakto ballooned the volume of his voice in her comms, buzzing her helmet and sending ringing through her ears. We shouldn't hit him directly. Not yet. It would draw attention from the spider. Trin clung to the base of her hand against her helmet to kill the rattle. If we only ever did what you condoned, we'd have half the armory and a sliver of the knowledge. She cut the pike's engine atop a ridge overlooking a shanty encampment in the gully below. It's not about that, Shakto said, dismounting. 6 pikes were parked in a group below, engine still flexing as metal cooled. One of the spider's spined servitors slumped in a cornered heap near a vertical jut of rock. It shimmered hypnotically with power cutting in and out. That's odd, Shakto said as he floated forward. Dull, atmospheric glow gave way to stars and empty space behind him. Trin dismounted and spoke without looking at him. More is more. If there's a servitor here, it's serious. Drixis. That's an upper associate pike. It might be Avrox, or one of the others. Okay, Trin, if Spider gets wind you're robbing him, killing his associates, he'll send the Enforcer. We do not want that. Only if they live. Who do you think comes looking if they don't? You're not ready for that kind of fight. She knelt and surveyed the empty camp. Then we wait and see who turns out. It was morning before movement broke the droning stillness. Trin felt her eyelids bobbing, flickering momentary dreams in zoetrope staccato between glimpses of light washing over the horizon. There! Shakto's tone nudged above the ambient tectonic groan of the reef. Trin creaked forward to peer over the ridge. In the gully below, an Elixni captain adorned in bent and snapped quills dragged itself by a single arm across the dirt. Ether, gas, and fluid gurgled from damaged lines across its mask and equipment rig. That's not Drixis. Trin's words were half-cast disappointment and relief. No. Still one of his, though. I recognized the red-tipped quills. A subordinate. This is better for us. What happened? No perimeter trips or weapons discharges that I'm aware of, Shakto chirped with a tinge of befuddlement. Can you tell who? From here, with their face in the dirt? Trin stood and brushed her robes. I'm going to get a closer look. The encampment was several days old, formed from a few dirty tents huddled around a handful of unpacked crates and 2 sealed ones. The entranced servitor had dimmed, and foul-smelling liquid spilled from punctures and rutted gashes in its plating. Trin looked over the machine curiously. It was an oddity this far from the shore, and to be left unprotected was even stranger. Toppled in the dirt, an arc spear tip drew her eye to an open case of digging tools, high tensile strength line, and respirator filters. And just beyond, the wheezing captain. Trin scooped the spear from the ground and walked the few short steps to him. What name do you go by, cur of Drixis? Her Elixni was of the shore, a crude form result of the elegant language diluted by sole domestic phrases and pronunciations. The captain thrashed and rolled onto its back, snapping quills like kindling. It propped itself on rough-hewn fleshy stubs to extend its reach and swiped at her with its single remaining arm. Froth spilled from its cracked mask, and underneath a broken section at the brow line, a maddened eye fixated on her. What's wrong with him? Shakto materialized at Trin's side. I don't know. Presenting physiology is fallen, but altered. Something in the ether? Whatever they called you, your life is mine now. The Lightbearer drove the arc spear into the captain's chest with one measured thrust. We'll keep doing this until he has no subordinates. He'll be forced to deal with us eventually. Trin swiped a spent ether canister from the captain and held it up to the light. Shakto. Looks clean to me, the ghost said after a focused scan. Trin tossed the canister to shatter on the ground and moved back to the unopened crates. She cracked off one of the lids with the spear and set both aside. Just short of a dozen full fragile vials containing delicate blue jostled within soft packaging. Save a few with froth percolating through worn seals, the ether swished like plasma fluid surf inside the glass. They wouldn't leave this much unattended. Shakto followed the dirt-dragged trail back from the captain to a curve in the stony walls of the gully. The trail led him to a narrow separation in the rock face. Trin. It was enough space to contort her body through. Scrapes ran from the edges of the split into a slithering dark tunnel. Trin took a stone from the ground and rolled it in her hands, coaxing condensed smoothness from it with palms of void light. She flicked the glowing sphere into the separation and watched it roll a few meters along a line before it skipped over the edge and fell steeply out of sight. You think it fell straight through the reef? I'd say no. That rope goes somewhere. Trin squeezed shallow breaths into her lungs with each shuffling step. It was all the stone pressing on her ribs would allow. She closed her eyes to keep the instinctual panic in check and lurched forward with a final step to meet the precipice. The walls opened, her lungs filled. Line dangled beneath her feet. She grabbed the line and tested the solidity of the ground spike holding it in place. Shakto, I'm going down. Several meters deep in the darkness, buzzing, spelunking light set a grisly scene aglow. 3 vandals, 2 dregs, and a captain lay slain and lifeless and ripped agape. Some residually twitching from arc blade cuts. Near the captain, 2 severed arms bled pools. A third arm, prosthetic, was pinned to an adjacent stone wall with a spear. Her breath trembled. She knew this violence. It was the only thing the pits had ever offered her. What did you find? Shakto's voice reverberated down the shaft, preceding his descent. In the middle of the chaos, a lone metallic structure groaned as Trin stood in deathly quiet, piecing together the sequence of events. The structure's form was slender, shapely, and one she had not seen before. It bent in lines that were lost within each other's paths, interconnected without sacrificing distinction. It drew her in. Trin stepped forward and ungloved her hand. She pressed her palm to the onyx-coloured metal spires. Something quivered within and came alive. What are you? She would ask, over the concerned interjections of her ghost. The answer, it would reply to her alone. At least, the first time. The day had drawn long into the night, and she had left the cavity, paced in the encampment, and returned many times to the onyx spires. She would prod. It would weave the riposte. Power in many shapes. Purpose. Time. Meaning. Any trait the ambitious could muster, it would ennoble withstanding. It would taper the meat, lean the fat, deglaze the waste to flavour the cut. A protean horror of trim. It struck awe. Glory incarnate, made tangible within the beholder. It showed her the heap that she clawed life from. It showed her the betrayal Drixis coated her opponent's blades with. It showed her tools they meant to rip apart her ghost with. It dug out the many beatings her bones still remember, and the blood ran red into her eyes. The anger, the validating need for vengeance. It showed her a head set upon a pike. More. That night she dreamed of the pit. If this living metal thing could lead her to Drixis, the way forward was clear. Shakto said it was taller now, a head above its previous size. She had thought that metal does not grow. It is only reshaped or reduced, but upon reflection, had come to accept aggregation was growth. Trin returned with tools retrieved from her pike, some gifts, some collected from marks that no longer needed them, all worn from extended use. Dilution fluid ransacked from the parked pikes would steady the process. 3 canisters of ether swiped from the encampment dangled around her neck in a makeshift sling while the rest were left stowed in her vehicle saddlebags. Shakto didn't need to warn her of the danger. It had killed her before. Her first victory, her first reward. It would give her the strength. It would focus her mind. The ghost would await her return above ground. She laid the tools before the spindled onyx structure. Fine silk rolled in soft leather kept them from the dirt. Traced the cloud-chromed instruments with steady pupils. Wiped clean with oil and cloth. Prepared light to staunch her invigoration should it turn grisly. Connected the pitted dispersal gauge with transparent clean line. Capped line with a fine and untarnished gold barb. Through thick sapphiric fluid appropriately diluted. Pinched skin at the thigh beneath fresh wraps. Flesh to onyx. Induced. Cold prickling stung her veins. Muscles tensed and bulged against the sheaths of light she had bound them in to keep from bursting. Her bones creaked under ether-bolstered thew. She licked away flavor from her lips, exhalant tinged of briny nitrogen, and shivered. As her body stabilized and the tremors climbed, Trin's head reflexively craned upward and outstretched her neck. Her mind electrified. Her spine bent at the brim of buckling. Her spirit awakened from dull normality. She saw the glistening maelstrom engulfing the living onyx before her. She heard clarity in the purring mirth emitted from the stone. 3 times she had done this, the last leaving several fractures in the bones of her hands. The stone played out her vengeance in 1,000 different ways. She studied each path that left Drixis dead and forgotten. She studied those that showed her failure. But there were gaps, and she always needed more. Trin drew upon the second vial with her golden needle. It struck as if bottled lightning. She peeled back the layers. She witnessed it, knew now that the onyx stone had not risen, but was thrust into the floor like a plunging blade. A banneret in claim. A needle-point finger. It sold the simple answers in exchange for mental frippery, the unused space between thoughts. A buried name to be revealed. Suggesting. Then asking. Insisting. Impellant. Embedded. It tore her consciousness across the cosmos to a grand terrace of onyx swords, hilted in emerald flame and overlooking darkened systems. A glint in the distance. A world. A name. A promise offered and dragged in Sisyphean humor as voices from the black edges of space converged in laughter. A lone figure stood on the terrace aside 2 empty thrones. A host of mouths split down the center line of its form. They screamed with countless voices. Their harmonious epiphany dragged the buried name from the depth, from the pit, from the heap to the surface. It was the only truth before her, and with it, Trin drowned in regret. Trin opened her eyes to Shakto nudging her head. It took every ounce of restraint to keep her blade sheathed. It was the fright, she thought. She hadn't expected him. You were muttering a name. He waited for her response. She sat up in the dim cavern before the Cryptolith and quickly scooted back several paces. Her muscles ached, and every small motion splintered pain through torn tendons and micro-fractured bones beneath her skin. What? A pulsing irritant was raging inside her head. It wasn't the ether. This was different. Do you remember the name? Shakto moved back to her side and began restoring her injuries. Something is coming here. Trin turned to her ghost. I don't. Xivu Arath. Shakto saw no recognition in his Lightbearer's eyes, but Trin felt the name nestle in the small, unused crevices of her mind. It had taken hold. In the day's journey back to the mainland of the shore, the name would spread, making war on her thoughts. Trin would dream of Drixis, always, only to awaken with dug-in fingernails, drawing blood from her palms, or to find herself alone, wailing into the night on some desolate moat of rock. She had been separated from Shakto twice like this before they found a remedy. Death. Revival kept the name at bay, but only for so long. She came to know the name through its persistence. Xivu Arath. It would knock her down many times, but she had always found the ritual of writing oneself uplifting. This would not bury her, for she still had much to do. Friction fire. What do you mean, lost? The spider's tone is filled with ill-concealed fury. He leans forward in his throne. Their pikes were equipped with trackers. Why didn't you chase them down? Brivy kneels in front of Spider, all four of his palms on the ground. Their pikes remained. They are outside. Just the crew was gone. And the crates. He does his best to appear compliant by tamping down his quills. Gone. In the middle of the reef. On foot. With over 1 million glimmer in weapons. Something about this doesn't add up. Spider motions to Avrok and Aha, who advance on Brivy with molten welders raised. But we'll get to the truth of things soon enough. Brivy begins to panic. Please, Baron Spider. If it were not truth, I would not come back. Avrok prepares to melt off one of Brivy's upper arms and looks to the spider for the order. Before Spider can speak, Crow steps forward from the wings. If I may, my Baron. Spider gestures for Avrok to hold and turns his attention to the Lightbearer. What is it? If you don't have the stomach for my discipline, you have permission to leave the room. It's not that, Baron. It's just that Brivy's account is consistent with several other instances Glint and I have seen out on the reef. We think it has something to do with those hive constructs. Crow spares a sympathetic glance toward the prostrate Brivy. Besides, what Brivy says is true. If he were in on the theft, he wouldn't have come back. If you allow just Glint and me to retrace his steps, we may find out what happened to the road crew. Who knows? We may even retrieve the weapons. Spider relaxes in his throne. Very well, Crow. Go, find my weapons. And if you locate the road crew, you know what to do. Yes, barren. Crow turns on a heel and strides from the room. Behind him, he hears the spider growl, "Avrock, you may proceed." Cryptolith Lure. Crow looked furtively over his shoulder as the hydraulic doors to Spider's personal treasure trove whooshed open. He had the gang boss's blessing to peruse the collection in hopes of finding something to combat the spread of the hive cryptolith. Nevertheless, Crow felt a subversive rush as he assessed the aisles of display cases filled to the brim with curios and artifacts. Glint maneuvered through the rows, scanning item after item. Look! An Ahamkara brain fully intact! And here, a Golden Age missive written on pulped plant matter. And this looks like a pre-collapsed data pad, named after a fruit. And here's... Glint, Crow interjected. Do you hear that? The ghost froze in midair. In the stillness of the subterranean bunker, Crow could hear something in the room. Not moving, not rustling, but whispering. Yes, a soft voice calling out. Crow crept to the back of the room toward a city-age cabinet filled with extinct circuitry. On the bottom shelf, covered in dust, was a nodule of hive technology. Crow remembered seeing similar components atop hive cedar ships. Crow picked up the component. The whispering increased to a near-audible level, both comfortingly familiar and repulsively alien, before falling silent. This is it, Crow muttered to his concerned ghost. I found our transmitter. Duality. It was a trophy hunt. One of Baron Spider's precious associates, the title he bestowed on those truly loyal to his cause, had vanished. Spider suspected treachery. He demanded Crow take to the field and come back with an answer. Something Spider could use to encourage loyalty, he said. Something he could mount on his wall. Crow had tracked the associate to an unexplored corner of the tangled shore, but when he finally crested the ridge, he saw exactly what he had expected. The trail ended at a cryptolith, which jutted crudely from the dark basalt. The whispers of Sagira Wrath had caught another of Spider's toadies, just like the last one, and the pair before that. But as Spider said, he wasn't interested in mights and maybes. He demanded proof. Crow knelt in the shadow of the cryptolith, the lure already in his hands. There were recent Elixni tracks in the fine blue sands, a dozen or so individuals. Nothing he couldn't handle. He pulled a vial of condensed ether from his belt and slotted it into the lure. The concoction bubbled as it mixed with the soul fire inside the reservoir. Moisture beaded on the lure's thin metal casing. He drove the mount into a crack in the ground, adjusted the output, and watched as the thick pheromone mist rolled away from the lure. He waved Glint over, and the pair headed to a rocky vantage point. He tinkered with the compression on his modified shotgun, placed it across his lap, and prepared himself for the worst part. Listening to the cryptolith broadcast its malignant sermon. He felt the presence of the spire itch on his skin. Crow tried not to stare at the grotesque totem as it twisted and hummed, but he felt profoundly uncomfortable when its pulsing light was out of his sight. It was as if he was being hunted. Crow adjusted his weapon sights again as his silent vigil continued. He felt the stress beginning to wear on him. Waves of throbbing pressure emanated from the tower. His eyes ached. He concentrated on his breathing. Glint flew to a nearby boulder to scan an interesting patch of lichen, and Crow closed his eyes, trying to quell the nausea building inside his head. Hushed whispers surrounded him. He felt as though something reached out and caressed his chest just above his heart. The scent of perfume, soft and familiar. Crow, Glint said. Crow's eyes snapped open. I see them. A group of Elixni Wrathborn were approaching the lure. One among them wore the telltale quills of the House of Spider. Their movements were uncoordinated, but had the troubling strength granted by subservience to Ziva Wrath. They're already gone, Crow said bitterly. The Wrathborn came upon the Cryptolith. They were distraught, ranting. Their fury was rising. They lifted their voices in harsh, clicking speech and tore at the ground around the lure with their otherworldly power. One passed Crow's perch, and he could see it. Cloudy eyes, slavering jaws, an aura of wrath shimmering around it like a heated haze. It charged toward the rest, and its rhythmic howls of rage joined theirs. They're chanting, Glint whispered, his curiosity forcing him to peek at the growing horde. The syntax is garbled, but I could translate. Don't, Crow said. Please. He looked down the sights of his weapon and started his work. Blast Battue. This is Vanguard Militia Scout Ship, Recon 9, making my report via VanNet proxy satellite. I have completed my sweep through the reef and am filing an incident report henceforth referred to as Incident 1, should it be referenced. The basis of my visit to the Tangled Shore was to conduct routine Vanguard reef security sweeps, as agreed upon since the day of incursion. I was escorted most of the way to the shore by awoken gunships, and only landed once my long-range scanner picked up a sub-audio reading emanating from the underbelly of one of the larger asteroid landmasses. I called in the disturbance to a nearby awoken vessel and was told to, and I quote, mind my own business and be on my way. So naturally, I thanked them for their assistance, feigned departure, and landed to check it out. He didn't seem to notice the signal. At the signal source, I discovered a small camp of what I initially thought was Scorn. Upon further observation, I found that these were not Scorn, but Fallen afflicted with some kind of flesh deformity and mental degradation. Shot one dead, and the others just looked at me. They didn't fight back, fired a few cesium charges into the asteroid hole and just watched them burn. He just sat there. I didn't hear it clearly, but they were chanting something. I don't know, it was hard to hear over the fire. Pop, pop, pop. I heard them whispering a little deeper in, so I waited for the area to burn out and continued inside. I found one structure of apparent hive architecture, though it did not appear to have been constructed in any traditional sense. But then again, I don't know what I should even expect from the hive at this point. A single Fallen was inside. It became violent when I approached and brandished a weapon. The weapon was not loaded, and I put them down. My logs will show a few recovered pieces of equipment that I will list now. 1. Presumably organic section of the hive structure. It is perpetually wet. Just great job on that, and causes dizziness and blurred vision when held with ungloved hands. It also has the unnerving ability to project dysphoria or general unease. I was asked to collect a sample for study by my CO. I've done that. Put it in a lead box all the way in the back of the cargo hold. Yeah, eternal tithings to Ziva Wrath. Whatever. As I was saying, also recovered one tube-style grenade launcher. It has no foundry markings, definitely not fallen, and I don't think the Scorn even know how to make weapons. Do the Awoken make grenade launchers? It always struck me as a human weapon. It's a beautiful weapon. The thing wants to be used. Maybe I'll get an opportunity to use it before I get back to the tower. Lastly, I recovered a locational tracker from one of the Fallen. I'm following it back to someplace else in the reef. It's a little remote. I'll call in my findings once I've finished there. Beautiful weapon. Born of Wrath, Part 1. Sagira patches a strand of light into the jump ship's control deck as they tumble through the black drop, stars twinkling out beyond reach. Something's in the static out there. What is it? Osiris asks. Some kind of subspace transmission. Hang on. Sagira boosts the jump ship's comm receiver. It's Cabal. From... Osiris absent-mindedly pushes a sack of candy corn aside with his foot and leans forward. Somewhere outside the system, some pretty heavy encryption at work, but there's a repeated phrase. A name. Keitel? How many Cabal leaders still vie for dominion atop Gaul's grave? Let them grind each other into dust. There are responses from Nessus, the Reef, the EDZ. She's calling the Legion home. Or, no, back to her bosom? She wants them to capture Callus to prove their loyalty. But it sounds like the Leviathan is missing. Their bloody feud continues. If Keitel is stirring up the Legion, the Vanguard will want to know their plans. One of the response signals is offering Keitel tribute from somewhere near Sorik's Cut. Some other weird noise, too. This message here, Osiris says, and points to the on-screen readout of Sagira scans. Keitel sends an emissary to receive their tribute. The shore. We're not far behind, Sagira says. Eavesdropping or crashing? We'll hit them after the offering is made. I don't want the Cabal Empire to know we're tapping their communications.
The orbital path of Nessus has changed. Likely due to the sudden disappearance of the Leviathan. I could not find any evidence of the ship or Callus himself on long-range scans. But remnants of the Cabal still linger. According to the intercepted transmissions, Callus's daughter, Keitel, is trying to rally what's left of the Red Legion. As if we didn't have enough problems.
Born of Wrath, Part 2. A horde of Cabal crowd into a crude shelter, assembled from several decommissioned drop pods. Green light shines through the cracks. A royal blue banner of Cabal make lay cast in squalid, bubbling mud. Sagira and her guardian survey the scene, perched on fallen ruins high above the boil. The bulk of the evening is spent silent. The only exception, Sagira's repeated affirmation. They're still just huddled around that rock. Patience is a virtue, Sagira. Osiris closes his eyes to the reef sky and waits for signals to guess at the darkness's plans. The stars watch, all the weight of jet black space upon him. He is extinguished among their light years. Screams in the night. Osiris stirs awake, his eyes open to the nebulous drift of the shore. Sagira, report. They're all still in there. 18 life signs. No shots, no one's even moved. I don't like it. Tired hours flit by. Morning rises. There are no Cabal skirmishes against the Scorn. No metallurgists patching phalanx shields with molten slag, or Scion lookouts tracing firing lines. They're on the move. Sagira leers over the edge of their perch. The escape latch on the frontal pod dome bursts open and slams against the pod wall. 10 leave. 9 unsteady forms in dull red. 1 vivid blue. They disperse out into the shore. Osiris rubs his eyes. Finally. Through the cracks he sees them. The remaining ring of Cabal kneel in a tightly wrapped circle. A stony protrusion centers them. What is that stone's constitution? He asks. Pretty stoic, I'd say. Sagira. This reeks of suspicion. You're right. I hate saying that. A moment passes as the tiny ghost directs long-range sensors to the stone. Oh, it's not a rock. It's hive. Biological. Osiris floats down to the acrid pools on feather light. Sagira follows close behind. He bounds through the open pod door. A celestial flame dances in each palm. 8 Cabal sit, dormant. The Cabal huddle around the protrusion. Their massive bodies form a bulwark of trembling flesh. A soulfire pitch blisters through their turgid pressure suits. They are fixated, bulged eyes rabid and screaming of rancor. Frontal plating blighted by hive barnacle growth. Hands tightly grip their throats. Slug rifles lay prostrated before the idol. Osiris steps among them without their notice and lowers his hands. Sagira breaks the Cabal perimeter to scan the protrusion. Creepy. They don't even notice us. And keep those Spitfires ready. She turns to Osiris. This is the most vascular rock I've ever scanned. Osiris peers into the hive protrusion. Metallic flecks shimmer, and he sees a long and empty road. Meandering. He wishes to plant a great banner over it so that all may see. A beacon, a light with phoenix flame. Looming in the nascent flamelight hangs the terrace of blades. The terrace dominates the road, its precipice at his throat. He raises the dawn blade to meet them. Rupturing cacophony ravages his senses. I am the war you crave. Purpose eternal. A legacy in blood. It's full of soulfire veins. Sagira's voice is wind to Osiris. She nudges him. When you draw blades, you draw me. Do you hear the whispers? Osiris's words slur. You cannot resist without invoking my banner. You're hearing something? Sagira floats near him. Embrace me, Lightbearer, and be a god of death. Whispers. His mind clouds. One of the Cabal stands and turns to Osiris. Snap out of it. They're waking up, Sagira says and decompiles out of danger. Consume or be consumed. The Cabal trundles forward. Osiris billows incineration. The blaze cooks the interior of the pod. Kneeling Cabal break free of their trance and stand in the scalding air. Of the remaining 7, 2 fall immediately to a hail of celestial firebolts. Osiris grounds himself and unleashes a cascade of arc across the mass of lumbering legionaries. Lightning bends inward against the pod's magnetic shielding. He holds the storm on them until pressure gel hisses and spits from their suits. Osiris exhales. Their smouldering bodies invade his nostrils. The scene clarifies. Horror, scorch and char. Sagira.
I'd gone to the reef, hoping to find insight into Keitel's agenda among the Cabal there. Instead, I found something else. There's a strange new presence here. It grows as an organic technology, like a small tower. There are Cabal gathered around it, enraptured by something I could not perceive. Perhaps their own desperation or madness. A long-range scan of the structure was inconclusive, save for confirming it was of hive origin. I need to determine whether it is just delusion attracting the Cabal, or something more. Every day there is some new horror. I stayed on the reef to further observe those hive-enraptured Cabal. They did not rest, simply spent hours kneeling before the structure. Sometimes they screamed, other times they cried, but mostly they were just silent. They left come morning, wandering out to the fringes of the shore. I decided to examine the structure more closely. But I'm certain I heard something calling to me, beckoning. Sagira convinced me not to perform any further investigation for the time being.
Codependent, Part 1. Are you ready to tell me what that was all about? Sagira asks. She hovers just above the jump ship's control deck, piloting. I wish I could. I remember tracking Keitel's emissary, finding the Cabal, the night sky. Then, flame and rage. It took everything in me to push those thoughts from my mind. Osiris slumps in his seat. There is one clear memory. I felt the dark whisper that we've been chasing. Like a needle in my spine. It must be at the root of all this. As his thoughts fixate on senescence, old iron words from the past ring in his ears. Soon, the city won't need men like us. Lone wolves, Osiris. We die. Make sure when your end comes, it's something worth your light. Okay, Sagira says. The concern is thick in her voice, but she buries it. I sent out scans. Long range, short range, anywhere that has a prominent hive presence. There's no way this is isolated to the reef. Petra. How are we so blind? Osiris muses. The hive swell in darkness as guardians run to Europa. The warning fell between her words, and I did not see it. That's enough moping. We're on this early. Maybe it's a good thing. I can't pull the Vanguard's eyes from Europa with hazy recollections and guesses. They have just begun to see me again, and trust is so thin. Resonance pings blip onto the ship's monitors, catching Osiris's attentions. Signals from your scans? The moon. That's a much stronger signal than the one we found near Sarek's Cup. Osiris shifts and raises his head. You may be right about our timing. We can end this before it begins. Open a channel to Eris. I've been trying. She's, well, she's not answering. Then we go to her. Oh no. First that, and then it's a suicide mission into the Hellmouth. You're in no condition. Recuperate, and we'll talk. Osiris stews in thought. Sagira's words are true. He is bleary from lack of sleep.
Then turn around.
Osiris, I already sent everything we have to Petra and the Vanguard. I'm taking us to Earth.
Whatever we are dealing with is spreading through the system's underbelly. There is one on the shore who knows those pathways. Surely I am not too fragile to have a conversation, Sagira.
I'm sure there are plenty of people in the tower who could be just as helpful. Osiris glares at her.
I am not some doddering invalid.
He grabs the flight stick.
Turn around or I will.
Sagira initiated a long-range scan as we were entering Earth's orbit, looking for signs of that same hive structure we discovered at the reef. Call it intuition. There are more of them on the moon. I went to speak to Eris to seek her counsel as an expert on the hive's witchcraft, but I could not find her. Perhaps you know where she is?
Codependence. Part 2. This spider guy better have answers, Sagira says.
From what I've heard, it's just a matter of how persuasive we are,
Osiris says, and follows an Elixir associate through plum curtains and into the spider's abode. The massive Don of the Shore lounges before them.
Welcome, most esteemed Osiris. Though you have not graced my chamber before, your reputation precedes you.
Spider trellises his 8 fingers together as his voice breaks into a series of gaseous staccato slurps.
The literature you sent me, very interesting, but behind the times.
Spider chuckles.
I already have top men working on these cryptoliths. But I'd never... what is it? Ah yes, look a gift horse in the mouth.
His associates rush around the edges of the room. Cargo exchanges hands at a frenetic pace. Osiris follows their movements. A decorated associate approaches the spider and waits at his side.
What is it, Ara? You know better than to interrupt our guest's audience.
Ara glances to Osiris before quickly speaking Elixir. Spider slams down a meaty fist.
Then go find it.
Spider turns back to Osiris as Ara scuttles away.
Apologies. Business interruptions in the aftermath of these.
He gestures half-heartedly upward.
Trying times.
He stifles a cough and clutches at his ether rebreather. Cabal aren't the only ones having troubles, eh? Sagira asks and jets in front of Osiris. You know I speak Elixir, right? She plays snippets of Cabal distress transmissions and orders from Keitel scouts to lock down encampments. She displays images of slaughter, graves, and empty Cabal fortifications. If it's hitting them this hard, your associates must be... oh, what's the phrase? Dropping like flies.
Wise Osiris. And his brilliant little light.
Spider muses.
Sagira,
the duo corrects.
Of course you are. I see no reason why this can't be a mutually beneficial partnership.
Osiris steps forward. What matter do you need addressed, Spider, sovereign of the shore? Spider giddily laps up the title.
I know the cryptoliths of the hive. I know the broods here burn Orcs' banners. I know his worm skeleton, the one in Saturn's rings, is awake.
Spider throws his 4 arms into a shrug.
My jurisdiction ends at the banks of the shore, of course, but not yours.
I just had the most interesting conversation with our friend Spider, back out in the reef. Not only did he already know about these hive structures, but he's found others on the tangled shore that my scanners missed. It claims some of his agents have gone missing. And there are rumors of disappearances among the Houseless Fallen as well. Sagira patched into local Cabal communications. Kaido's scouts noted unsettling discoveries among the Red Legion stranded in the system. Entire encampments abandoned. Evidence of internal conflict. Mass graves. Whatever is going on with these hive towers, we need an answer. I'm going to Saturn. I may have a way to find it within the derelict hulk of Oryx's dreadnought. Tell Saint he's missed.
Dreadnought. Osiris impales a wizard's head upon a stunted spike, surrounded by a freshly bloodied hive sigil. The dreadnought console sputters to life, accepting his tithe. While Cade's old transmut zone is no longer in operation, the massive breach left by the Dantalian Exodus 6's impact remained agape. Entry had not been difficult despite the horse crawling with newly spawned thrall. They were young, and nearly a century of navigation through the infinite forest had owned Osiris's ability to remain unseen. The Dreadnought systems present as living memory, chronicles and hymns recounting histories. It is a rat king of fading ideas, racked with failing connections and dying interpretations, as Akka suffers a slow, final death damaged beyond repair. But there is knowledge to glean here. Osiris directs Sagira to rip spokes of data from the console for Vanguard High Command. You found the most disgusting one. I'm not touching that. Dictate it to me. Osiris sneers and grasps the head. He navigates the recounting of the hive from Oryx's death. They are fractured, broken by internal power struggles. It leads into a recounting of Savathun, banished, branded as heretic and set to burn. Many hive turned to her when Oryx fell. Many of those same broodlines defected as the darkness invaded Sol, sending Savathun into hiding. She is still hunted by the hounds of war. Her pursuer has no local story to recount here, for it is yet to be written in blood. War's celebrant rides to wrest Crota's lost foundlings from the Witch Queen's schemes. To bring unity, to bring reckoning, to bring glory. Luna will be reformed in her image, all ties to Xivu Arath, all ties to the black edge of her singing blade. I am the din of rapture. I am the herald of peace. My banner is known to you. Xivu Arath, Osiris says. Words spoken on compulsion. He takes his hands from the wizard's head as emerald smoke wafts from its orifices. Osiris slumps to his knees. This must be the echo we've been chasing. An omen of her voice, resounding through the darkness, heralding war. A hive war god. This is bad, Sagira says. The third sister. She has finally come for us. Her champion seeks to supplant Crota's remaining daughters on Luna. That is where we go.
It was a success. I was able to reverse engineer the Hive's organic communication systems within the Dreadnought. I directly interfaced with their network of collective consciousness. Things I learned, Zavala. Things I learned. The Hive is fractured, shattered, turned on itself. The Black Fleet intends to punish Savathun for interfering with its efforts to communicate with us. No one knows where the Witch Queen is, not even her own court. And now Xivu Arath is using this opportunity to consolidate her power. I will return to the reef tomorrow, to confer once more with Spider. He says he has news for me. As distasteful as Spider may be, his information network is vast and surprisingly well researched. According to his people, the hive structures are called cryptoliths. They spread like the roots of a tree and bore into our dimension. No word yet on their point of origin. Spider claims to have his best men on it, but Sagira and I have our own suspicions.
Corsairs Wrath. The Corsair reloaded behind her improvised barricade as shredder rounds sizzled overhead. She wished he had better cover. The Hall of Names hadn't been constructed with defense in mind. Apparently nobody dreamed the Awoken would be assaulted here. She reloaded her fusion rifle and assessed the situation. It was dire. Unless Leona Braille's team managed to roll up the Hive's southern flank, her squad would be overrun. At least the Hall of Names was a fitting place for her last stand. She was 6 rounds short of a full clip. She turned to her left to ask Lyra for extra ammo, only to discover her teammate slumped over, blue skin already going grey. The thick purple ichor of a soulfire round oozed from the hole in her chest. The Corsair gritted her teeth and looted Lyra's kit for ammo. The Corsair finished reloading and popped her head back over the barricade. She downed 3 loping acolytes in quick succession before even noticing the ogre looming in the background. It was enormous, at least 7 meters high. She unloaded her fusion rifle into its face, trying to burrow rounds through its armored hide. She managed to blow off a chunk of its upper jaw before her rifle clicked empty. The Corsair dove back behind a barricade, ammo spent. She looked around the hall for the last time, admiring the elegant statues, her chest swelling with bittersweet pride. The faces of her people, Techians and queens, presiding over the battle. She remembered what Sadir had said to her long ago, before things had got out of control. We are only briefly awoken. The rest of our existence is an eternal dream. And in that dream, we will all Deafening Whisper. The acolyte shuffles amid the carnage of the battlefield. It lopes blithely beneath the impassive statues of awoken Techians, unable to make the abstract connection between the memorials and the stiffening corpses. It sorts through all materials with equal interest. Blood-stained cloth, stone rubble, burnt paper viscera. It examines an empty bandolier. It chews on a clump of hair. It does not consider the taste. The acolyte rolls over the upper half of a corpse bisected by Tolkor's void eyes. Unlike other enemies, this one clutches a thick black tube. Not flesh, but metal. It pauses. Weapon? It grasps the tube and pulls, prying the tube from the enemy's rigid fingers. It remembers hearing the tube roar, seeing explosions stagger the ferocity of Sagira. Weapon. For the first time since the assault began, the acolyte glimpses the final shape. With this weapon, the acolyte could ascend. It could impose logic. This weapon could destroy. Its incipient thought is interrupted by a hollow crunch. The acolyte's eyes go dim. It slumps to the ground as a knight dislodges its sword from the acolyte's skull. It tosses away its subordinate's corpse with one hand and picks up the grenade launcher with the other. A fine weapon, worthy of a knight of Sagira.
To all corners of the system, I've emptied the armories on the fringe, sent Corsair warship fleets, deployed Harbingers, And yet, the Black Fleet persists. I know what it's taken from you. Petra, I've been away too long, and for that, I apologize. Your compassion and leadership have been a boon to me and our people. This all started with the Dreaming City. I shall return to finish it. Savathun will be waiting.
Wild Hunt Set. The Titan. Cousin Zavala. Ikora. Petra Venge's image shone on the screen in the commander's office. Curtains drawn, it was one of the few dim sources providing light to the room. Condolences are not enough. The worlds may be gone, but their gravity remains. In more ways than one. Zavala cleared his throat. How can the Vanguard be of assistance to the Queen's Wrath? Ikora bowed her head in acknowledgement, but did not look up from her datapad. Her eyes scoured intelligence reports from Europa, the Tangled Shore, Luna, Beyond the Pale. The list went on. I'm afraid my news won't improve the mood. Petra took a deep breath. What I'm about to divulge to you is privileged information. It cannot leave our confidence. Ikora's attention broke from her datapad. Is that so? Information related to the Reef Queen's broadcast? A separate one sent afterward, entrusted to me. I thought it best we compare notes. Curious. Ikora lowered her datapad. We do not have the authority to simply deny the consensus pertinent information. Her voice was metronomic in its cadence, each word selected with care. Unilateral command decisions are admissible during wartime, provided I was supplied with evidence enough to do so. Zavala glanced to Ikora before continuing. Give me something, Petra. Why have you called? The Cabal Empire is on the move. That is concerning, Ikora said, finally relinquishing her datapad to power down on Zavala's desk. Indignation twitched across Zavala's brow. How many times must we bury them? Potentially once more, Commander. Empire implies their forces have coalesced around central leadership. Does the Queen's Wrath have a name? Only rumors. Fully decrypting the Cabal's latest transmission cipher is proving tricky. However, a new phrase has entered their lexicon. What do you mean? Zavala inquired. From the few sequences we've cracked, it would seem they are combating something. A disease of hive origin. Ikora eyed the datapad. Petra. A hidden report details an encounter with an afflicted beast in Sorix's cut. It bled soulfire. Osiris can confirm increased hive activity throughout the system. The commander looked to Ikora, then to Petra. Let's get ahead of this. Yes, I've spoken to Osiris. The Techians have heard the hive whispering to each other of conquest. Corsairs push into their broodholes to investigate. But, if I'm honest, access has become increasingly difficult. You think this is linked to the Cabal Empire's newfound coordination? Zavala asked. Descriptions of the ailment are incomplete, but align with what we're seeing on the ground here. An interstellar illness. Ikora's voice was hushed. At that distance, they would need a bridging point between us. Or a nexus, Zavala said. A throne world might do. Petra's brow furrowed in thought. The blind well has been misbehaving. Petra. Ikora looked celestial, eyes like quicksilver. Red sky morning, full of dread. Recite it to the Techians. Foreboding. I'll relay the message. Does it have a meaning? A dream. Maybe nothing, but... She saw that Petra understood. You say the Hive are more active? Zavala interjected. They're up to something. More violent, if that's imaginable. They seek out fights when before their actions showed tact. Petra's mind went to motive. The darkness has them in a frenzy. New marching orders. Perhaps we could apply additional firepower to your investigation, Zavala offered. A guardian, embedded under my command? To a point, Ikora modified. It would save many lives. May I request someone who wouldn't destroy everything? Who did you have in mind? Zavala ran a list in his head. We're short on available guardians. Did Sloane make it home? Petra asked. She seems capable. She's indisposed. Ikora looked to Zavala with firm eyes. Orna's striker docked his ship here last night. He's fresh, available. Is this agreeable? The Reef is thankful for any assistance the city can offer. We stand against this together, cousin. Vanguard Ray. Indeed. Ikora nodded. Petra's image disconnected. You're quite fond of making friends lately, poked Ikora. So many brigands in our midst these days. I believe I've learned the value of making deals. Zavala spoke with subtle impact. With what we've seen from our spearhead on Europa, what they did. Strong alliances can be built on the back of honored agreements. We are of one mind on that. We should keep this operation between us. Inform your striker of his new deployment. I would like a name and a file. It's odd for me not to know a Titan in this city. A monolithic ivory tower pierced the distant horizon. Siegfried, first striker titan of the Praxic Order, sat across from the Queen's Wrath and two bodyguards. Their skimmer craft glided through the dazzling amethyst architecture and swooping fog-ridden tunnels of the dreaming city. Crystalline reflections danced through the cabin around them like rainbow mist flares, catching sheen off Siegfried's polished dune marches. I've never seen this road. That doesn't surprise me. Much of the city remains inscrutable to prying eyes. Petra Vench chuckled. You've visited before? Once or twice. Is that Rhea Sylvia through the fog? Siegfried removed his helmet and hung it on the invective slotted beside his seat. A thick, flaxen braid ran down from the midsection of his head, fading into stubbled sides that fed a sumptuous beard. It is. Petra looked the man over. That's not a common fashion for a guardian. Grew in during the Red War. It took a liking to me. Siegfried stroked his chin. Will your soldiers be ready to move once we arrive? At nightfall. Her hand was outstretched, holding field notes. You understand what you're facing? Siegfried took them and slid the note packet into his breastplate beneath a cormorant seal. Innumerable hive. Yes, and particularly vicious ones. That has always been my experience. Siegfried smiled. I'm sure your Corsairs will allow no harm to come to me. I will do the same for them. They'll be relieved to have a guardian lead in the charge. My briefing mentioned fauna being afflicted by a pervasive infestation. Petra kept the worry from her face. Recently, sapient beings have begun to show symptoms as well. It's spreading. The Praxic Titan leaned forward, How have you combated this? Intelligence suggests the Hive congregate around some sort of relic. We believe it is the Affliction's point of origin. Petra pointed to his breastplate. Your notes provide more details. It is my understanding I am not to destroy this relic. Why? Whatever the Hive bow to in the dark, secure it. Intact, she quoted, it represents too many unknowns to discard without examination. That is not my perspective. The Hive exists to purge or be purged. I say we oblige them. Siegfried turned to the Queen's Wrath. My feelings aside, you are the commanding officer of this expedition. I will comply. Do so with care. You alone are cleared to approach the relic. My Corsairs don't enjoy the protection of the light. I want them keeping a safe distance once the nest is clear. Very well. Still, know my recommendation to the Vanguard will only be in support of eradication or containment. The Reef will take notes of their opinions. For now, I imagine the Vanguard are rather focused on Europa. At least, if what I hear from Eris is accurate. Eris Morn is a traitor. Siegfried's voice is stern, his eyes locked with Petra's. Her lips convulsed in a silent snarl. The information she shares would suggest otherwise. Petra turned away from Siegfried as the skimmer craft dipped beneath the fog. She thought of Eris's last letter, the sighting of Varix. Pieces in motion. Coats turning or bisected. Wartime nuances. Maybe this deployment will be good for you. Anywhere my light can send shadows into retreat is a good deployment. Dusk set over the dreaming city. 6 Corsairs sporting Tiger Spike rifles made final checks on their gear. Movement became still salutes as Petra and Siegfried approached the staging ground. Just ahead, nestled in the Devalian mist, menaced a fetid pit trimmed in hive biogrowth. Frenetic, inhuman whispers echoed from within like hoarse chords screaming. Field hollows displayed maps of twisting tunnelways, all orbiting one central chasm. Within the nest, a point flagged their objective. Approach markers tracked the most direct path through. At ease, Corsairs. This is Siegfried. He is here to assist you in flushing the hive from this nest and reclaiming our land. Inside, he is in command. My guard and I will hold this forward station. You all know what to do. For the Queen. Petra pivoted to allow Siegfried the floor. Titan. Well met, Awoken of the Reef. The Vanguard stands with you. I am the spearhead. Advance on me, and we will prevail. Siegfried donned his helmet. I will not fail you. The fire team embarked, and in the subterranean Everdark, the hive descended upon them. Droves of thrall choked the tunnels as gunfire deluge hammered from behind rallying barricades without pause. Siegfried lit the hollow with brilliant arc fulmination, and rounds found targets. Claws drew blood and rent armor, but neither Titan nor Corsair wavered. 7 entered, and 7 stood. With each break in the flood, they took ground under cover of storm. Siegfried arced through the filth like a deadly spark. Each charge scattered the opposition, leaving only crackling chitin, expended shells, and galvanized ozone. Soul fire fumes fouled the air as reinforcements phased into ritual circles. Acolytes loped to flank the Titan, only to be cut off by Corsairs suppressing fire. Siegfried faced down a towering knight with a man-hewing blade. He formed 2 flashbangs in his fists and lunged with a blinding combo. The knight shrieked, narrowly missing Siegfried's head with its cleaver. The Titan launched forward, and the fiend fell to the rolling tempest. Laboured breathing was the only sound that remained. The Titan looked to a blocked tunnelway in the floor before them. Slick, hive excretion lined the chasm ahead. This must be their sanctum. Siegfried's palm pulsed with light. The faint silhouette of a ghost popped in and out of existence. Yes, this is it. Fall back and form a perimeter. If I don't return, you are to retreat. Siegfried ripped through the mucus seal and slid into the dim cavern. Foul fluid trickled from the ceiling in drips and spattered in pools at his feet. A monument of gore writhed before him. Soft tendrils convulsed around a jaundiced, grim glow. They grew from the twisted base of an eviscerated knight. Its back and ribs pulled through its split abdomen, bending inside out in half-completed metamorphoses. You vile thing. Siegfried walked slowly, his sight focused on the grotesque shrine. The knight's eyes followed his every step. He was mere meters from the horror when the earth burst on either side of him. Two ogres stumbled from chitin-covered sacks he had mistaken for walls. He drew his invective and with well-placed blast dispatched the first. Siegfried turned to the second, but it was already upon him. It battered him into a cavern wall and wailed as energy beamed from its eye. Siegfried raised a towering barricade just as the ogre unleashed its hellish gaze. Cracks webbed through the light wall. Siegfried braced it with both hands. The ogre shook the ground as it bore down on him. The Titan readied himself to clash, lightning welling in his bones. Movement in the distance. Crack. The ogre's head snapped sideways from a forceful hit. Siegfried followed the sound to a figure perched in the mouth of a tunnel opposite of him. The ogre turned and roared. Crack. Its head blew back, oozing from a raw wound. 3 more shots followed from the figure, bringing the ogre to its knees. The man looked at Siegfried and performed a small bow. The Titan dispersed his shield and seized the ogre by the neck. He slammed the wounded thing to the ground and brought down both fists with a bolt of electricity and a killing blow. The Titan turned to confront his rescuer, but saw only an empty tunnel. It was early morning before Siegfried surfaced again. Petra stood stone still in the camp. I retrieved your samples. You should know that anything I removed regenerated. Siegfried lowered his voice. I believed this was a germinal site. Either Lady Luck is with us, or this was an ambitious expansion of a larger site. We're never lucky, Petra replied grimly. I'll begin narrowing down options for our next strike. That line of thinking will be reflected in my report to the Vanguard. You've done more than enough for today, Sir Titan. Rest. Tomorrow we'll take the samples to the Techians. I'm sure they'll have plenty to say. The night felt all too rushed, and morning so soon. Siegfried ached. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been sore after a fight. Good morning, sir. Siegfried's ghost Ogden hovered over the samples the Titan had taken. The sorcery these dullards are using is extremely unstable. I asked you to stay away from that. It's desecrated. Siegfried swiped the samples into his satchel from the gear rack in his tent. In truth, I'd prefer you remain stowed until we departed. You are not so rude as a boy, you know. The ghost squinted at his Titan. When I express concern, Master Siegfried tells me not to fret. Could I not say the same? Different times, old friend. Now my body's a fair bit cheaper to replace than yours. Siegfried joked. Fine point, sir. The journey to the Techians was silent and uncomfortable. He met Petra in the cabin, nose deep in papers. Hoarse screams buried in the hard-blown fog. The reef was shifting. She had requested his presence, but informed him he would not be allowed inside the temple. Ridiculous. Why was he here? Siegfried's thoughts were abuzz with distortion. Chaos. He followed Petra's march to the temple chambers, the satchel of samples gripped tightly in his hand. She must have her reasons, her secrets. The stairways seemed endless, and Siegfried could not shake the image from the cavern. That macabre ritual. He tried to think of anything else. Are there any other guardians operating in this area? Siegfried questioned. Guardians come and go, but I haven't noticed anything unusual, if that's what you mean. Nothing you aren't telling me? I have no reason to lie to you, Titan. I saw a man. Petra stopped walking. The temple door was only a few steps away. Is there more? He was awoken. He bore the spider's sigil. Where did you see this man? During your operation? Siegfried paused. He gunned down an ogre in my defense and fled. Noble for a syndicate fly. I know you fraternize with the spider. Siegfried watched her. Petra looked taken aback for a moment, then composed. Do you know why spiders build webs, Titan? I don't concern myself with such things. They enjoy control, entrapment, the helplessness, pulling strings in their small little corners. Let them be, watched but undisturbed, and they catch other pests, worse pests. Petra strode forward and placed a hand on the door. Maybe it's time to check his web. The other held out for the satchel. I'll look into it. Siegfried placed it in her hand. I eagerly await your findings. The Techians may need your account. Petra smirked to herself. I give you dominion over these stairs. Stand guard, Sir Titan. Patrol, if you like. Kali, Sadir, and Shorochi awaited the Queen's wrath. They placed the specimens each in a sealed containment vessel. They assessed them one by one. They prepared their minds, slipped into meditation. Tooth, blood, and bone from the sacrificial night, coagulated soul fire, shaved tissue of the writhe, communion in searching. 3 voices speak as one, noise upon noise, Eleusinia drowning. A terrace of emerald flame above a red harbour, fingers reach like blades from distant hollows, testing, prodding, tasting, breeding war. A dream is offered. Red sky. They carry a brand in the consciousness of their tissues. Morning. Individual existence, all touched in chorus. Full of dread. Zivur Wrath, Avatar of War. More. So much more. They witnessed it all. Petra wished she had not. Siegfried sat lost in thought, seated on the steps. He didn't like the idea of relying on witchcraft, especially that which he was unable to observe. If nothing else, he could at least be faster. The door opened behind him. Petra's face showed signs of fatigue. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Return to the staging ground. I'll join you in the morning. There is still much to discuss here. She considered Siegfried for a moment. Tell the Vanguard Ikora's dream had merit. I'll be in contact. Siegfried sighed and stood. I see my account of the situation was not necessary. He felt lighter now, moving down the stairs. Sharp, even, as he entered the skimmer. Siegfried wasn't sure if it was the peace of an empty cabin or the security of a troop carrier escorting him. The satchel he had left with Petra. None of his concern. He removed his helmet and took a deep breath. He let his mind drift as he watched the beauty of the Strand pass. The grand gateway above him. The fabled crystalline wall standing against the fog. The wall. Top the wall, perched like a buzzard, it was him. Something hovered with him, glinting in the light. There he is again, barked Siegfried. He flung the door open and leapt without waiting for the skimmer to slow. The Titan soared through the air on light, surging forward in an electrified dash before sliding into a full sprint. He crested the hill above the crystalline wall soon enough, motion dragged into the shoreline mist. Siegfried pursued it. The Titan peered into empty mist. Damn, Siegfried said flatly. He turned around. A barrel in his bare face. A hooded awoken behind it, with features obscured by a thin shawl wrap from the eyes down. Stop following me. Siegfried raised his hands. His ghost materialized. Stay back, Ogden, the Praxic striker called out. Now see here, Ogden shouted. I will not watch two brothers of the light do battle. Calm yourselves. A second ghost materialized. Glint, be careful, whispered the figure. We're all on the same side here, Glint said meekly. A Corsair stepped through the mist, rifle pointed at the hooded figure. Lay down your arms and come peacefully. Oh no, Glint looked to the hooded man. Wait, Chrome! Heat flashed from the hooded man's free hand. Chrome, is it? Siegfried inquired. Never heard of you. Chrome spun and threw a crude solar blade, splitting the Corsair's rifle and slashing his hand. Siegfried moved to disarm. He caught Chrome's turning jaw with an electrified fist, but missed the gun. Chrome floundered back several paces and dove into the mists. What a disrespectful man, Ogden shouted. That kind of conduct cannot be allowed. I'll put a stop to it, Siegfried assured him. Silhouette stumbled through fog. Ghosts dematerialized, Corsair radios muddled with chatter. Chrome skulked until quiet surrounded him, interrupted by a small burst of propulsion in the mist. Siegfried was far above him, plummeting through the mist like a coiled storm. Chrome glanced upward and took off sprinting. The striker's fist shattered the ground behind him in a thunderous havoc. Chrome darted away and twisted, landing on his feet with dire promise ready. Siegfried bolted directly toward Chrome like living lightning. Each fanned shot from the man's cannon was struck down by bolts arcing from the Titan. Siegfried led with a shoulder. Chrome dashed around him and brought solar flame to form in his hand. Too slow! Siegfried whipped a cracking elbow into Chrome's stomach and blocked the counterattack. The Titan delivered a knee to the man's ribs that chained into 3 lightning-fast strikes across the hunter's body, ending in a thundercrack blow to the temple. Chrome grunted and struggled to maintain his footing. Siegfried stood, emblazoned in voltaic fury. You're outclassed. I'm pretty good at taking punishment. Chrome jabbed through clenched, bloodied teeth. Surrender. I won't ask again. I can't do that. I'm here to help. Siegfried charged without hesitation, but Chrome was ready this time. Instead of retreating, he leapt forward with a searing blade. Siegfried caught his wrist millimeters before the blade made contact, but lost his footing. They grappled in the dirt. Siegfried pried the knife from Chrome's hand. Enjoy that, Chrome said, skinning away from the Titan with a kick to the midsection. The blade turned molten and engulfed Siegfried in a fiery explosion. The striker rose from the blast cloud, coughing. Damned knives. Chrome was quickly disappearing into the mist. Enough running! His voice erupted as he slammed electrified fists into the ground. The shockwave rippled through the dirt, and tripped the running hunter. Siegfried took a step forward. The hunter rolled to face him, gun red hot. A beam of solar destruction sizzled through the mist, clipping Siegfried's pauldron before he could react and knocking him to the floor. Siegfried could hear the Corsairs nearby. Disoriented and livid, the Titan found his feet, but not his foe. The hunter was gone. No amount of searching with the Corsairs would change that, but Siegfried kept them looking all through the night just the same. The prince lives. Sometime shortly before the events of Season of the Hunt, the Guardian catches up with Petra. My sympathies. Petra turns to the Guardian. I dreamt of their passing. The worlds. Those who remained. And the shadow that hung over them. I'm afraid the Dreaming City hasn't fared well since the darkness swept through our system. You can taste the difference in the air. It is as if there is a war being fought within smoke, bending around us and slipping through our hair, leaving nothing but scorched scent. I do not enjoy being left out of the loop, but we persevere. As the Guardian turns to leave, she stops them. There's one more thing. A rumor. She considers for a moment before speaking. The prince lives. Petra's eyes scan their reaction. Impossible, I know. But if it's more than a rumor, I don't want to hear it from a report.
Zavala, I am presently en route to the moon to search for more information on the Cryptoliths. Sagira and I are going to touch down and investigate.
Immolant. The end. Into the chasm on Luna, they follow the trail of signals down into the enduring abyss, through the nightmares of so many. He stands at the face of it for what feels like hours. The great angular thing. The edge of night that plays behind his mind. Speechless? Sagira teases. Maybe they're not so bad. Her chuckle is thin. They press on. Osiris swipes away silken threads of webbing above the shadow of Luna's pyramid. Braziers illuminate a synod of witches and wizards deep in the chasm. All point in alignment toward a monolithic sigil of Xivu Wrath set atop a cryptolith adorned in blades. Her will projected from some far-off, unseen cosmic hollow. At the base of her visage, a monstrous knight adorned with tapestries charred by scorching brands. There it is, Osiris whispers. Along with the entire Scarlet Court, Sagira's voice crackles. Crota's remaining children, and their spawn, can be destroyed in one fell swoop. What is it with you and suicidal ideas? We can't transmat out of here. They won't just kill you. They'll rip out your light, Osiris. They're all here, Sagira. In one place. You're worth more than a bunch of hive nobles. Wait for backup. Let me go topside and call for help. No. We stop this now. Hold her here. Osiris looks to the convocation below. It is decided. You can't just decide that. Osiris turns to Sagira. Go for help. I can't wait for the vanguard. I'll see you soon with reinforcements. If you're going, I'm going. She decompiles safely beneath his armor. It is decided. Together, they make war on the hive. Solar winds combust from Osiris's back. In each hand, he wields a blade of dawn. The calamity of his inferno sends hive scattering in every direction. Voshir and her two daughters, Yishra and Arirax, turn to confront the Phoenix. They are ashen before their first incantations complete. He paints the scene apocalyptic. 15 noble brood hive are reduced to cinders before a defense is mounted. Laughter like clashing swords. Osiris sails through the air as daggers of dark power whistle past him. Golden echoes split from his body to cut down fleeing hive and soak reprisals. Kinox, last daughter of Crota, scurries through cracks between rocks as her son Ulcarin and his cohort of lesser knights raise shields to defend her. Osiris extinguishes a blade into his palm to form a singularity of void and hurls a nova bomb that consumes them. With his other blade he dives. He drives it into the ground, erupting a well of radiance surrounded by a phalanx of gilded echoes. Nobles shriek for their thralls to charge. Bolts of flame and arc tear through them as Osiris blinks through the void from one echo to another. Their advance breaks. He steps over their smouldering husks and turns the blaze to their masters. Osiris revels in the slaughter. Xivu Arath's sigil drinks in his fervor and the noble's death. Laughter like screaming fear. Her visage emboldens. The celebrant waits at the foot of Xivu Arath's cryptolith, unburnt. Osiris's echoes reconvene into him. "Face me!" he exclaims and steps forward. Xivu Arath's visage emits a shockwave that thunders through the chasm. It rips away Osiris's well and throws him across the stone floor. His back slams against the cliff face behind him. "What is this?" Shock punctuates the question. He pulls against an unseen force to no avail. "You burn offerings. I accept them." Xivu Arath's will crushes the pressure of his light, seals the flames into his flesh, stakes his body to the stone on paralytic pins. Her image distorts in a concave canvas around him, the celebrant at its core. Shadows encroach, dousing the borders of his power. Osiris focuses his mind on the spark at his core. Flames billow from within. Countless gilded echoes ripple from him, testing Xivu's hold, pressing vulnerabilities. The sun sings to repel the shadow. He finds a moment, wrenches a hand free, and unleashes the reach of chaos. The beam of arc tears through Xivu's sigil. Soulfire shards rocket away as cracks fork through Xivu Arath's projection. Unfazed, she does not relent. "Resist me, Lightbearer." Her will overcomes him, stronger than before. The celebrant steps forward. A massive cleaver dangles from its hand, weightless. The beast carves a rune into the stone on either side of Osiris, its eyes locked with his. It nods to him, and then turns to the sigil. "All tithe to Xivu Arath. War dominant. Endless." Its tone is soft rasp and soot. The runes kindle in harlequin gleam. "Osiris," Sagira's voice statics in his ear. "One of us has to make it out. Warn them." "I'm sorry, Sagira. Run." His words are thin from duress. The celebrant drives its sword into the cliffside stone above Osiris's head. The cryptolith erupts in neon flare. "Die well, Osiris." The celebrant bows and withdraws from sight into Luna's depths. Wisps of light hemorrhage through his skin. Wisps of light hemorrhage through his skin, trimmed in blood and drawn around the blade embedded above him, as if it were a nostopin spike. Sagira's voice is a whisper. "I'm not letting them take you."
Your strength lives on through me.
Give, Saint, my private drive. Osiris exhales and closes his eyes. He sees himself in a million permutations. Each path, a life in glimpses. He takes what he can from them. Not enough to savor, but enough to be immortalized in nostalgic haze. In one, he is a blazing warrior driving back the horrors of the longest nights. Another, a vigiled gargoyle atop the infinite forest. A grizzled elder overseeing keen disciples. In so many, he is dead. But there is one where Osiris finds happiness. He finds a time away from strife. He finds Saint, a dream of warm serenity, the peace to his purpose. With Saint, there is a future that could have been enough. So many unlived moments lost between calls to action. He wishes Sagira had not come to watch him die. His faithful companion, his guiding starlight, his hope, his humanity. Sagira, for as many lives as we had, you are always my better. His light is breaking. Osiris, why don't you ever listen to me? She compiles in front of him. What are you? Shut up. Listen to my words. Her iris is bright with light. There are great things still left for you. Don't lose hope in the darkness. She is luminant. Osiris breathes the word as if he could hold it back. No. He would understand in time. She had seen it. Blinding light erupts from Sagira's core as she splits apart. A wave of light surges and tears across the chasm. Her sacrifice cleanses every trace of Xivu Arath's presence. The sigil erased. The cryptolith that supported her projection destroyed. Osiris draws breath, alone. The Aegis of Sagira's light stands strong in the shadow of the pyramid for days. The Crow and the Hawk. The stage is set for the Guardian, Osiris, and Crow to finally cross paths and kick off a pretty crazy year of Destiny storytelling.
If anyone is listening, Sagira is. She sacrificed herself to save me. From then. From the high. I'm tracking the creature responsible for Sagira's death. I will find it. I will end it.
Zavala, I need you to send the young wolf to the following coordinates. I won't wait.
Hunter and the Hunted. Losing a ghost is a traumatic experience for a Guardian. Total severance from the light, from the Traveler, from their destiny as a Guardian. I can't even imagine how that feels. The Guardian's ghost.
Guardian, we have a developing situation that I need you to take point on. For the past few weeks, Osiris has been trying to assess the damage caused by the return of the darkness. He believes that Xivu Arath, the Hive God of War, seeks to take advantage of the power vacuum left in its wake. Osiris was investigating physical manifestations of her magic near the Scarlet Keep when his ghost, Sagira, was slain. Osiris delivered a message through a secure channel requesting that you personally aid him in this hunt. He's desperate, Guardian. I need you to save him from himself.
The Guardian touches down on the moon.
I'm worried about Osiris. If Sagira's gone, then...
Don't worry about me, but keep your voice down. I'm using an external comm. I thought I was hunting Sagira's killer, the High Celebrant of Wrath. Now I think it's hunting me. Meet me in the Hall of Wisdom.
They enter the Temple of Crota.
Your friend is in a lot of danger.
Who are you?
A concerned ghost. Osiris shouldn't be here, especially in his condition.
We appreciate the warning, but we know what we're doing. If you and your Guardian are here to help...
My guardian, right.
They continue further into the Hall of Wisdom.
Osiris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm luring the High Celebrant to the Shrine of Oryx. They're... Damn! It erected a barrier. I think it knows you're here. It's trying to keep us separated.
They encounter the High Celebrant of Wrath.
That knight is radiating strange energy. It has to be the High Celebrant, the one that killed Sagira. Osiris, we're here. We'll get that barrier down.
Keep your ghost close, Guardian.
Osiris, it's heading your way.
Good. I've retreated deeper into the shrine. I think this may have been a trap. The tower you saw on the way in, that's a hive Cryptolith. It's a conduit of darkness. One of many. The High Celebrant is using them to deploy soldiers across dimensions and tempt others to Wrath's side. If I don't make it out of this, I want you to tell Saint.
Tell him yourself.
They pursue the High Celebrant deeper into the Shrine of Oryx.
Guardian, picking up multiple hive signatures headed Osiris's way. We're closing in, but facing heavy resistance.
They follow the High Celebrant into the Ascendant Plane. The Guardian fights Hive and Wrathborn to get out of the Ascendant Plane.
We have to get out of here.
You're here! Finally! Is it done? Calm down,
A Hive Knight appears behind Osiris and knocks him down. The Knight raises its sword to strike Osiris, but is stabbed and killed from behind. The Awoken glares at Osiris, and a ghost appears.
We warned you it was going to be dangerous down here, especially for the ghostless. I'm glad to see we're all okay, though. I'm Glenn, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Osiris gestures a wave.
Go on. Introduce yourself.
They call me the Crow. My boss wants to see you.
Impossible.
The Unclaimed Lightbearer. Transmission from Osiris.
Guardian, let us not waste time on formalities. Spies from both the city and the reef have become aware of an unclaimed Lightbearer, though they have not yet been able to put a name or face to the reports. Their attention has only focused now that this Lightbearer has fallen prey to the Shore's self-appointed overseer. It is a matter of time until all is laid bare before prying eyes. You would be wise not to hasten this effort. Instead, give credence to this. Our Crow is a new light. Attention is required elsewhere, and whatever latent grudge you bear against the flesh the light has inhabited carries merit no longer. Uldren Sov is dead. Do not pummel the corpse of your grievances. Keep this information between us, Or, if the first trigger pull was not enough to satisfy, know that you only risk our chance of victory for a scrap of catharsis. I do not believe this to be your nature. Sagira Wrath leaves no room for distraction. The appearance of her mongrels are the fingers of her encroaching grasp. We have a single moment to halt their advance, for if she is successful, her brood will establish a foothold that could take centuries to purge, if it can be purged at all. Falter, and she will swallow this system. Secrets, keep the peace. For now, truth, in time, I will assist you where I can.
The Guardian returns to Spider with Crow after saving Osiris on the moon.
What's this? Thought I told you to bring me the Warlock Osiris. Explain yourself.
Osiris.
Lost his ghost. He's gone back to the tower to recover.
You lightmongers never cease to amaze me. You deal violence so easily, and suffer loss so poorly. Such fragile killers.
We'll finish what he started.
And what's that?
Avenge Sagira. Eliminate the High Celebrant.
I had it in my sights. If your friend hadn't needed saving.
You forget your place, little bird.
My apologies, Baron.
Now then, perhaps we can help each other out, eh? I know how accomplished you are at exacting revenge. Sagira Wrath is using her High Celebrant and those damn Cryptoliths to corrupt Elixni. Cabal, too. But I'm losing soldiers in Glimmer by the skiff load. That's right. I know what Osiris was doing on the moon. I also know you'll fare far better given the proper motivation. Leave us, Crow. The Guardian and I have terms to discuss. My little bird sure is something, isn't he? I have to imagine you share in my appreciation of fate's cruel sense of humor. I found him wandering the reef like a piece of wind-blown trash. Aimless, hopeless, no memory of the prince he was. Now, I could have sent him off to the tower, but we all know what's waiting for him there. I couldn't let that happen, so I took him in as a kindness. As far as his loyalty is concerned, I took a few extra precautions and made some modifications to his ghost's shell. Now, if he ever flies too far from the nest, boom. That ugly business out of the way. Let's focus on what really matters. This hive infestation. I propose a partnership. You go out there and do what it is you do best, and I'll lend you the resources you need to get it done. Maybe even a little extra something on the side. Just don't mention the name Uldren Soth. For his sake.
Uldren Soth has been reborn as a Guardian, and now goes by the name Crow. After gloating over having this former prince in his employ, Spider proposes a mutual collaboration to deal with Sagira Wrath's infestation, and offers Crow's services as aid.
The reef's sky has holes in it, and the whole system's in chaos. Of course, Xivu Arath decided now was the right time to corrupt herself and army. We call them Wrathborn. Most of them are Elixni like Spider. Others, well. Spider wants the lines of Glimmer open, Hive God or not. Ask me to help you deal with Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. Apparently, the Guardians of the Last City are old friends of mine. But I don't remember you. I found some Hive artifacts gathering dust in Spider's trove, and fashioned them into a lure. Wrathborn go crazy for them when they take the bait. I wish there was some other way, but her magic's driven them mad. Hunting them down is the only way to weaken Xivu Arath's grip on the shore. Like Spider says, violence is the only language the Hive understand. For now we can start small, work our way up her command chain. When we reach the High Celebrant, we'll take it down. Stop Xivu Arath from corrupting anyone else. Don't take this the wrong way, but it's nice to be working with another Lightbearer.
Xivu Arath's minions are a threat to business on the shore, and Spider wants them dealt with. Crow has cobbled together a lure from an old Hive artifact. It seems to be effective at baiting out the Wrathborn, Xivu Arath's corrupted army.
Crow, when did these cryptoliths start showing up on the shore?
Not long after the disappearance of Mars from the reef's sky.
Good job on the lure. Here come the Hive.
Let's wait until we survive to celebrate.
You're a Lightbearer, Crow. Survival is mandatory.
This one. Their house broke colors not 2 weeks ago. I guess they didn't make it. What a shame.
Xivu Wrath thrives on the instability of waning leadership. Keep to your subjects.
Baron, there are Elixni in the line of fire.
I don't recognize them. They could have come to me, but no. Choices have consequences. Show them.
As you wish.
Is it running away?
That depends on whether or not you can stop it, old light.
I most certainly think we can. Watch and learn.
Xivu Arath's influence spread so quickly after the pyramid swept through the system.
She is emboldened by the presence of the darkness.
Io, Mars, Mercury, Titan. I can't believe they're gone. These cryptoliths are fascinating. They seem to be cybernetic in nature, like me, but they also have biological components.
The first of my scavenger crews to discover a cryptolith tried to dismantle it. They say it grew back by the next day.
What happened in the end?
You killed them. That was one of mine. Good riddance. Defectors to Eramis. And now this. Crow. String it up. Pick its bones. Do whatever you people do to make an example.
Sleep in peace now. Your pain is over.
We show a great deal of compassion to the enemy.
These Elixni weren't so wicked before Xivu Arath drowned their minds in chaos. They were just lost.
Sometimes death is the only route.
Well done, Guardian. Remind me not to get on your bad side.
Don't worry. My guardian isn't the type to hold a grudge.
Crow gives a wry smile. Nice work. You picked that up quickly. But that's only the beginning. His smile fades. There are much more dangerous Wrathborn than that one. He checks the sights on his weapon. So let's get to work. 2 drinks minimum. The crowded room fell uncomfortably silent. The Elixni server placed a metal cup of liquid on the table, as though issuing a challenge. Crow raised the drink and sniffed at it. If it was poisoned, it was mild. He took a swig, grimaced at the bitterness, then took another. Across the room, the big Elixni captain slowly brought his lower arms up to rest on the table, leaving his weapons holstered. He clucked in approval, and the tension drained from the room. The Elixni who brought the drink scuttled back behind the bar, and soon the air filled once again with the series of staccato clicks and thumping that passed for music in the empty tank. Glint flitted out of Crow's hood and scanned the contents of the cup. It certainly isn't good for you, he said, but this much won't kill you. What does it taste like? Crow took another sip. I'd say engine coolant, paraffin, and a kind of smoky chalk at the end. He stood, smiled, and raised his cup to the captain. It's terrible, he shouted over the noise of the bar. Crow! The captain barked back, his harsh voice unused to human speech. He pounded a fist against the spider insignia on his own chest piece before returning to his drink. Surprised he knew my name, Crow said to Glint as he sat back down. Getting on my good side won't get him on spiders, but at least I get free drinks. Word about your heroics on the moon travelled quickly, Glint said. I would have killed the High Celebrant if Osiris hadn't gotten in the way, Crow grumbled. Then we'd see some real gratitude. Still, he swirled the foul drink in his cup. I saved Osiris. The Osiris, he said. He seemed pleased with himself. That ought to count for something with those guardians in the city. Is he one of their leaders? No, said Glint. Osiris's relationship with the Vanguard appears to be complicated. Why doesn't that surprise me? Sighed Crow. What about that Guardian? Are they anyone important? Glint thought for a long moment. The Guardian hadn't said anything yet, but if Crow was going to work alongside them, he would be one errant comment away from learning the truth, and from the worst possible person to tell him. They have several notable achievements, Glint said carefully. Well, that's something, nodded Crow. And now they've both heard of Crow. You've certainly taken to the name, Glint said. Despite the noise in the bar, he kept his voice soft. Crow shrugged. I've been called worse. You really have, Glint said. He was silent for a moment. You never heard the things they said to me while I was reviving you. Crow saw the singled, scuffed panel of Glint's shell bulging with wires and looked away. He wiped his hands on the rough fabric of the cloak Spider had given him. They had suddenly become sweaty. It's just a name, Crow said dismissively. You told me before you've had other names. Glint didn't move. He hung in the air above the table. Not like this. Crow leaned forward. I don't understand, he said. He gave Glint a gentle nudge. Explain it to me, please. Glint tensed in the air, then acquiesced and hovered closer to Crow. His voice was soft and kind. I never truly had a name, he said. There were things people called me, but you named me. So when I hear Glint, I think of you. Crow nodded, then realized what Glint was about to say next. His face twisted in anguish. I didn't get to name you, Glint said. Baron Spider did. Oh, Glint, Crow blurted, and reached out with both hands as if he could smother the very idea inside the little ghost. Glint blinked rapidly in confusion. Crow cupped Glint in his hand and exhaled, long and slow. Glint, he said calmly. The ghost cocked his head. Spider picked my name, yes. It's probably a jab at who I used to be, some cruel little joke. Maybe I was eaten by crows. Glint started to speak, but Crow held up his hand. I know you can't tell me, but I don't think he meant it as some grand compliment. Crow looked down, his voice low. When you came along, I was dead. Before that, I think I was even worse. Then you found me, chose me. And early on, Crow took an agonizing sip of his drink and was grateful when it made his eyes water. It was hard. I wouldn't have made it through that without you. And I don't mean because you kept bringing me back to life. Crow spread his hands wide above the grimy table. To me, all of this place, this close, this terrible drink, is because of you. You're the reason I'm here, Glint. I don't need a name to remind me of that. Glint's eye flashed rapidly as he processed the new information, then glowed steadily. I understand, he said. A crash shook the walls of the empty tank. The blast doors at the entrance tore loose from their housing, and a massive Cabal Centurion stormed into the bar, weapon drawn, severed Elixni heads hanging from his waist as bounties.
Where is the crow?
He bellowed. Right here, shouted Glint, and Crow stood, pushing his chair away. After the smoke cleared, the Elixni captain clucked again and waved, making the universal gesture, another drink for him, on me. This entry breaks my general rules of chronology, but it came out with this season and is a useful cipher for understanding what Crow is about to go through. It will start with the Traveller's perspective of the final moment of the Red War, when the Cabal leader Dominus Gall tried to claim the heart of the Traveller for himself, and was destroyed by the Traveller. It will then pivot to a moment earlier, when the speaker, prior to his death, reflects on what it has meant to be a speaker. And in the text, this is augmented by insertions from the Traveller. Freedom is a chain. Choice is a prison. You see him, and all he wishes for is confirmation of that fact. But to do so would invoke something far worse than justification. You can feel his hand, reaching inside of you, grasping for your heart and tearing it free for himself. You know the pain he will cause. In one last act of defiance, you break your shackles, exerting the strength you had been slowly gathering all this time. Physical chains break, But chains of causality are not so fragile, even for you. You see him, and he is satisfied. Then he is gone. Your roar of defiance echoes into the infinite. You know they will witness. It is only a matter of time. I am the last speaker. During the long years I've held this title, I also held out hope that my peers still remained somewhere in this world or others. But that hope, like this title, has been taken from me. I compose these thoughts on the eve of what may well be my passing, within the cold walls of a prison so dark and suffocating. Not my private chambers. They are my last words, but also, perhaps my most important. My captor desires knowledge, understanding, a clarity that even I have been denied by the traveller. He does not understand how hard it is to communicate, does not care to. He would take rather than have the patience to be given. He asks me to make the traveller see him, speak to him, but he does not understand. I cannot make the traveller do anything. I can only listen and repeat. But he does not wish to listen to the warnings to me. He does not wish to believe that he will be reduced to memory, fail. I have seen it. I have seen so many things. Before that shackle was put around the traveller, it cried out to me. It showed me a broken mask, repaired by gold on fractured seams. Everything I needed to see, a lifetime of service rewarded. I do not need to be afraid the speaker any longer. There is no need for fear. That time has passed. Of us, of my peers, of our order. In the time to come, to make a choice, the traveller will speak freely. Those who listen will know the dangers to come, and those who know will listen. They are not forgotten speakers, for our time has passed. A new age is dawning. I wish I would live to see it. I am the last speaker, and I am at peace. As the crow flies, the spider summons the guardian back to his sanctum. They can hear the greed in his voice. It seems he has important information for them, and information is always valuable. The spider had felt a presence in his lair, an ephemeral thing that was perhaps nothing more than a waking dream. But not all dreams are so ethereal. The spider is concerned someone or something has infiltrated his lair. The guardian finds an odd feather, and from it a disembodied voice echoes. I'm soaring over trees, storm clouds at my back. There's buildings crumbling into rust and ruin. I stop briefly on a vantage point overlooking something, a grove, perhaps. It's hard to remember. When the guardian finds the next feather, the voice once again echoes into their mind. I'm somewhere? I know that's not helpful. It's a ruin on Earth, I think. I'm flying and there's these towers and ships. I land on a broken concrete pillar and I see myself. But it's not me. I don't think it ever was. I'm saying words I've never said, and the Guardian is there. Yes, that one. When the Guardian finds that feather, once more a disembodied voice echoes from it. No, not Earth this time. I was home. It was those gates. I had, I don't know, a sense of dread. Vertigo set in and I plummeted from the sky like I lost control of my wings. My heart hurt, ached, and I felt so much guilt and shame. Regret. No, I don't remember anything else. The Guardian tracks down this feather in the Dreaming City. Once more, the voice echoes from the feather. Yes, again. It was like coming full circle. Flying through those claustrophobic corridors, I could hear their horrible howling in the distance in the dark. It was just like when we were there. Except I was alone. No one to save. I know, Glint. I know. Guardian, I don't know what to make of any of this. We need to be careful. If Crow is somehow experiencing memories of his life as Aldrin, I don't need to tell you how bad that could be. For all of us. The Guardian heads to the Tangled Shore to speak with Crow. Crow looks distracted when they approach. His eyes hold a distant and far-away quality. But when he sees them, there is a dawning look of recognition. And for a moment, it's as if he sees them with new eyes. But it isn't the look of an enemy. It's the look of a friend. A look of trust.
Do you have a minute? Something's been going on and I've been having these strange dreams lately. Vivid. Real. Glint thinks there might be something to them. I'm flying. There's a green forest, mountains, European dead zone, I think. Sometimes the clouds part, and where there should be a bright blue sky, there's just darkness. I'm free, soaring toward a distant pillar of light, but the dream always ends the same way. That light flickers like a candle flame and goes out. And then there's nothing. I can't shake it. It's all I think about. Would you come with me? See if anything's there.
Crow is experiencing troubling dreams that he believes involve a peril in the EDZ. He has trusted the Guardian to help him discover if they are more than just dreams. The Guardian enters the hallowed grove.
This is it. The geography matches my dream exactly. There was a bird, or I was a bird. Sometimes it's hard to remember. I'll scout the high route. Can you take the lower path?
Watch out for Taken up there. Savathun might be hiding, but her minions are active as ever. Do you remember anything else about your dream?
Someone was calling to me, but I couldn't understand. It sounded like they were underwater or down a long tunnel. Then nothing.
They battle with the Taken. A hawk cries out.
Did you just hear that?
Affirmative. Did you notice the way the sound scatters in spectral analysis?
What? No, but that's... It resonated on the same frequency as the Traveler.
Guardian defeats the emissary of Savathun and the remaining Taken and investigates the Light Hawk.
That hawk, it was made of the light.
It was real. The dream, the bird. I've got coverage on you from up here. I'll watch your back when you go in. Be careful.
They follow the hawk into a new area of the Hollowed Grove, called the Hollowed Rift.
Ghost, can you patch Glint into your feed? I need to see what's in there.
Of course. You're patched in.
I don't understand how any of this is possible.
Guardians don't experience visions of their past lives. But there are historic records from the Dark Age detailing visions experienced by survivors of the collapse.
What were the nature of these visions?
They varied, but the most widely held belief is they came from the dormant Traveler, like the survivors were experiencing its dreams. If it dreams.
They continue to follow the hawk's cries.
Whatever was calling to you in your dreams, Crow, it's in there.
They discover another piece of the Traveler hidden within the grove.
A piece of the Traveler.
I don't think it's a coincidence that the Taken are so active here.
Savathun?
She knows about this. Has to.
Taken.
Out here too. We'll cover the entrance.
Korusk, Light Eater of Savathun, and Torusk, Light Eater of Savathun, arrive at the piece of the Traveler. The Guardian defeats the Taken presence, and the Hawk offers them a gift.
I know this gun. It looks like Hawkmoon, or at least part of it. I thought it was lost forever when the Red Legion destroyed the tower. No, it's an effigy of Hawkmoon, made from the same material as the outer shell of the Traveler. This reminds me of the gift the Pyramid left us on Io, the one Eris transformed into a weapon, but it's undeniably of the light.
They take the effigy of Hawkmoon.
My dream, the bird, the voice, calling to me as the darkness closes in. It's not a coincidence. It's a message.
Are you suggesting the Traveler spoke to you?
This may be the only way a paracausal entity like the Traveler can communicate with us.
Why me?
I've always believed in my purpose as a ghost. We are all part of a broader design. Now that the Traveler's awake and whole again, that plan is set in motion.
I don't know if I want to be somebody's cosmic plaything.
Inside the Hollowed Grove, the Guardian found a long-lost fragment of the Traveler and the battered, broken remains of the gun Hawkmoon. A weapon, born of the light and made from the physical essence of the Traveler, like the tree of silver wings. This is unprecedented. It's a cycle. Life, death, rebirth. The Traveler is trying to tell us something in metaphor because it, or we, lack the words to have a true conversation. This gun, an effigy of a firearm spun from the same material as the Traveler. These crystals inside the frame, they're dark, but part of me is certain they should be glowing. Glint thinks we need to charge the crystals with light, as if we're trying to bring the gun back to life, the way you do with a dead Guardian. I'm ready to test that theory whenever you are. The Traveler is made out of paracausal material that is essentially alive. It responds to the light like a living being. Maybe that means it could be restored. Like a Guardian born of someone once dead. Together with Crow, the Guardian determined that the paracausal remains of Hawkmoon could accept and be restored by the same power that a Guardian wields. I can't believe it. It worked. The effigy grew and wove itself out of the light. replacing the missing components. But something's still missing. A spark, perhaps.
Hawkmoon is transforming before our eyes. Every step we take, it changes, grows stronger. On our way back from the EDZ, I remembered something else. A dream of a dream. You were carrying the effigy. It was simply radiant, charged with a power I've never felt before. We were taking it to the Shard of the Traveler together, and then... I don't know what happens next, but we are going to find out.
Incredible paracausal forces have coalesced at the reservoir in the EDZ, once more taking the shape of feathers forged from the light.
Guardian, the coordinates the Traveler sent us lead to the dam. It's overrun by Taken, but we're going deep inside. They're less active on those levels. I'll scout out the spots the Taken usually infest. Clear the path for you as best I can.
Do you come out here often, Crow?
Not as much since we met, but I used to when on assignment. It's quiet out here. No one to bother me. Or for me to bother.
The Guardian communes with the Hawk. These feathers are part of the symbolism that the Traveler is communicating to us through, but their meaning is opaque. They collect a paracausal feather.
This feather both exists and doesn't exist. It's a manifestation of potential energy, the choice between action and inaction.
Keep an eye out for Taken. That's exactly the sort of thing Savathun would love to get her spindly little hands on.
They continue further through the drainage system of the dam.
Not to worry you or anything, but there's definitely something going on here.
What he means is that we've picked up numerous paracausal readings throughout the dam, and a number of very agitated Taken.
We'll handle Savathun's Taken, but the other energy signatures are closer to you. Can you look into it?
They find a second paracausal feather. Then a third. They then come across the crow's nest.
Don't mind the mess. Glint's a terrible maid. This is just where I come to get some distance when I need it. Some place to call my own.
It's his crow's nest.
It absolutely is not.
They scan a piece of cloth.
I forgot this was here. My first memories are waking up under this shroud. The first thing that was mine. It was comforting somehow. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Someone cared enough to lay me to rest. I meant something to them, wherever they are, and that means something to me.
They scan a dawning bowl.
Ah, right. Glint gave this to me.
It was a gift. It was the dawning. Your first dawning.
The first time I ever felt like it might be safe to be around other Guardians. I'm not stupid. I know the person I used to be, he did something terrible. I can feel it when people look into my eyes and see him. The way you looked at me when we met. I don't ever want to know him.
They scan broken tools.
Ah. Yes. Spider wanted all of this thrown out, but I couldn't bring myself to. Even broken, it might still have a purpose to someone. I've heard that before the collapse there used to be an art. It took broken things and put them back together with precious metals. It made something new and beautiful out of something that would have just been thrown away.
They scan a flask.
I didn't drink that by myself in case you were curious. In fact, I didn't have any of it. After Glint brought me to life, I quickly came to realize that Guardians recognized me as whoever I was before. They
weren't always kind. So I took to wearing a helmet to hide my face. Before Spider. Even then, I rescued a Warlock and her ghost once. She offered me a drink afterward, but I left before she came back with it. I don't know why, but I returned for the empty bottle later. I've always wondered how she would have treated me if I'd stayed. If she saw my face.
They scan a hive sword.
I've learned many things since my second birth. Fear, humility. But this was where I learned pride. That sword belonged to the Hive Knight I killed to protect Osiris. It felt good, saving someone so important to the Vanguard. Someone who used to be an outcast. It was like I had finally found my purpose. Like I was brought back for a reason. And there you were, Guardian.
The Guardian then collects the remaining feathers. Ishtar Lightbinder of Savathûn, and several Light Eater acolytes ambush the Guardian.
Something's happening. I'm detecting massive gravity distortions in the dam. Little tip from upstairs. When these Taken are destroyed, they'll collapse into singularities of paracausal energy. Use that to disrupt their shield.
Velox and Teras, Light Seekers of Savathûn, attack and are defeated.
I don't know why the Taken blocked that wing off. There's just an old ship down there. Spider wanted me to junk it, but I might have told him that I did and kept it for myself.
Doesn't run anymore. It was already in pretty bad shape before we got to it. And while Crow might be an excellent pilot, he isn't exactly gentle with his ships.
These feathers are all the same, down to the molecule, and yet at the same time subtly different, changed by the way in which we interact with them. It's like the Traveler is trying to show us the consequences of our actions without actually showing us anything at all. The Guardian returns to Crow to discuss what they found. On your way back, I felt something. It's a yearning. A change for adventure. Crow smiles awkwardly. It feels childish, but it's like the gun, or maybe the Traveler, wants us to experience triumph. Glint thinks this may have to do with elevated states of emotion. Like we need to attune our minds to a specific wavelength. Crow doesn't seem completely convinced, but there's a part of him deep down that believes it's true. I think we should try, Crow asserts. Together. I think Crow might be right. About this being a message, I mean. But I think it's more than just Hawkmoon. I think everything we've done and everything we've learned is all part of the same lesson. I feel like we're missing a piece. The Guardian shows Crow what it means to fight like a Guardian, and together they finally return to the EDZ to reforge Hawkmoon. The Traveler has led us every step of the way, through metaphors and visions. The Guardians of the Dark Age would have wished for this kind of guidance. Though, I worry, was this what the people of the Golden Age experienced? Right before the end?
There's increased Taken activity here. It's going to be much more dangerous than last time.
Good thing we're here to back you up.
The Guardian battles Taken and emissaries of Savathûn in the Hollowed Grove.
The Traveler is calling for us.
They return to the peace of the Traveler. They discover a huge Taken blight completely covering it.
What have they done? What are they doing? We have to stop this!
The Guardian communes with the Traveler and reforges Hawkmoon.
It's done.
You're the Traveler, aren't you? Or you're a part of it. Of us. Paracausal energy readings are... My sensors are overloading. The Taken are trying to stop us from communing with the Traveler.
Ishtar, Lightbinder of Savathûn, ambushes the Guardian. The Taken are defeated.
Energy readings have normalized. The Hawk, it's gone.
I'm not picking up anything either.
Savathûn.
Hawkmoon is whole again. Reborn. She can't take that from us.
It's a warning. It's everything. It's us, it's Crow, it's the Taken, it's that path. Guardian, the Traveler is talking about the future. About how the choices we make will impact Crow, and whatever his role to come will be.
Yet another Cryptolith? You assured me of a quick end to this hive incursion. I see no end in sight.
We're swimming against a fierce current, Baron. Xivu Arath corrupts new soldiers as quickly as we fell them.
Perhaps I should leave this matter for the Vanguard. I could make better use of you as a simple skull cracker.
I used to think that these poor Elixni could be saved or redeemed. But now I'm not so sure. When I look in their eyes, I don't see fallen. All I see is the darkness of the hive.
You cling to your belief in redemption for them? Or for yourself?
The hive are retreating.
Stay right behind it. Once it stops, finish it off. I'm afraid Spider is getting impatient. I was hoping his gratitude would earn us more leeway.
He'll never let us go willingly. If we want to be rid of him, we'll have to do it ourselves.
Just remember that it's my life and your light on the line.
These poor Elixni. They're just empty shells filled with darkness. If that ever happens to me, I hope you'll put me out of my misery. To slay your enemy in battle is one thing, but to turn Elixni into these creatures, it's cowardly.
Your compassion is curdling into anger. Good. That's a proper attitude to take toward the hive.
Sometime later, the Traveler once more reaches out, beckoning the Guardian and Crow from across vast distances to return to the EDZ and the reservoir where they had previously confronted Savathûn's forces.
Crow, the Hawk is back. I think we may have unfinished business.
We're nearby. I'm detecting a surge in Taken activity.
We'll run the perimeter. Keep them from closing you in.
Affirmative. We'll lead the way.
In the Age of Darkness, Lightbearers would seek guidance in the shadow of the Traveler, hoping for a vision or guidance. It never came. Now, in our hour of need, it feels as though the Traveler finally hears us.
This is the Hallowed Grove.
We were transported too. There was a spike in paracausal energy. I think the Traveler is showing its hand again.
They return to the peace of the Traveler.
The Traveler brought us together to rebuild Hawkmoon. We fought Savathûn's Taken. We channeled the light. And we turned something dead and gone into something beautiful.
Reforged in the light. For a purpose.
I think I understand what mine is. I'm not just a light bearer. I'm not the man I was before. He's gone. Forever. I'm an instrument of the Traveler's will. I'm a guardian.
After the conclusion of the Harbinger mission, the Guardian returns to check in on the ship Crow mentioned.
Spider wanted me to junk it, but I
Might have told him that I did and kept it for myself.
Doesn't run anymore. It was already in pretty bad shape before we got to it. And while Crow might be an excellent pilot, he isn't exactly gentle with his ships.
The Guardian passes through the barrier and finds the ship.
This ship doesn't look broken, Crow.
That's not even the same ship. Or I mean, it has the same silhouette, but this is...
It's a gift. Just like Hawkmoon, the Traveler transformed the ship, made it into something else. Something new.
They commune with the Traveler.
According to scans, it's made of the same material as Hawkmoon. The same material as the outer shell of the Traveler. It's also a two-seater.
Maybe I could fly back with you then.
What happened to the ship you flew here in?
I'm hard on my ships.
Burn it out. Do you bring news on our rumor? Or have you come to see how deep the Cryptoliths have burrowed? Petra hides the stress of command behind steely eyes. I hear you're not the only Guardian running chores for Spider. I'd suggest caution, but you lot know what you're getting yourselves into. Petra slaps your shoulder. Spider lackey or not, you're a welcome sight. Her humorous tone quickly fades to seriousness. Ziva Arath's presence is strong here. I'm not keen on another hive matron worming their way into awoken territory. Whatever terror she is sowing here, Petra says as if delivering an order, burn it out. The Queen's wrath straightens her shoulders. We will hold back her abominations where we can, but my Corsairs are not impervious to her call. Nor am I. I leave that to you.
How does the Cryptolith do it? Corrupt their minds, I mean.
By granting desire. It is the drug of singular purpose.
To be twisted by your own ambition. I would rather die.
The dreaming city. Once the awoken's pride, now a cursed shell.
I feel a terrible weight in the air.
Tragedies, miscalculations, and betrayals. Too many to count. The dreaming city was once the heartland of the awoken. Now a prize bauble for the hive to fight over.
Are they so bloodthirsty that they tear at their own?
The hive are unburdened by the bond of siblinghood.
Does the curse build and fall? The Wrathborn seem to draw power from its motion.
You have a keen eye, young awoken. The magic here is stitched deep and has a rhythm.
Glint, what is the Shattered Throne? This Wrathborn traveled through it.
Good question. Maybe we...
There's a nexus point in the Ascended Plane, wrapped around a throne that was meant to anchor the city here. It serves other purposes now. Do not let the Wrathborn rejoin its master in the Ascended Plane.
Easier said than done. This place is disorienting.
It was built of whims and wishes. That's to be expected.
Channel is secure. It's just you and the Guardian.
There's a woman who's taken notice of me.
Now's not really the time for romance.
I've tried to lose her in the mists, but she's very skilled.
Wait. Does she have an eye patch?
You know her? Do you know her name?
I know she's someone you should avoid. A conversation for another time.
It's done. Feels like we're making progress.
We are. One step at a time.
With the light, I may live long enough to see this city fully restored. Curse broken. I'd like that.
Me too.
We make a good team, Guardian. It's a shame we never met before, or I might not have died in the first place.
Then I never would have found you. All things happen for a reason. Channel is secure. What do you need?
It's important that nobody here sees Crow's face. If Petra learned that Prince Uldren is alive...
We can't hide him forever.
At play of shadow and light. In a small stone garden at daybreak, Ikora Rey meditates, her attempts at communion with the Traveler unsuccessful. Her mind is fraught with worry over the variables, decisions that must be made, and the margins. Above her hangs a cloud-swept traveller, an ivory island in oil. Mute, bereft, its acts untimely and oblivious. Ikora remembers the many times she watched Osiris sit here in frustration. The gardens represented serenity to her then. He was the brazier's flame, brilliant and illuminating. The world was clear in those early days, but clarity was shallow and easily altered by the painful nuance of time. Ikora murmurs to herself, "We are adrift. Our foes know their bearings, and we..." There is an imminent, daunting pressure. Ikora holds her breath. She is not alone. Something is wrong. She feels an intrusion, and tension draws tight around her heart. A shadow moves over her. Ikora! She breathes again. Familiarity anchors her. Osiris, would you care to join me? She recognizes his robes, his voice, and that is all. His face sinks between dancing shadows cast by the garden's torchlight. He is smaller, worn, and devoid of the magnificence she remembered. A monument of embers, defined by what once was. Osiris scoffs and peers up at the traveller. It bears down upon him, a pressure building in his brain. He looks away and shakes his head. I do not. I came to deliver something to you. A message I recovered from Sagira. Sagira, if ever you wish to... I know you don't, but if you do... Of course. Osiris hands her a small data slate. I have not read it. Oh? A wry smile touches Ikora's face. Privacy and sentiment. Who are you, and what have you done with Osiris? They chuckle together for a moment. Osiris meets her eyes. In times of change, those who stay the same are often swept away. There is comfort in his words, in the tone of mentorship. His honesty is refreshing against the careful, tiptoe dialect of plumage and phrasing required in city conversation. Thank you. Ikora runs her fingers over the slate. I was glad to support your reinstitution, and to see you return. She could not help but offer him this scrap of recognition. It is deserved. He was worth more, and she would not let the broken pieces before her reshape his image. Ikora's eyes slide across the traveller as if it were polished. Do you still feel it? I think not, but I am drawn to it, just as I was drawn here. Memory and habit. Ikora nods. I lost my light during the Red War. I don't think I ever told you. I kept feeling something. A hook that wouldn't quite catch. I was hoping you felt the same. You believe you felt the light, even when the connection was broken? Osiris steps towards her, his shadow wavering in the flame-cast glow of the fire. Interesting. I feared the call was not of the light. Osiris looks at her quizzically. Eris believes we all harbour darkness, that it is only a matter of tapping it, as if it is a resource to be spent without cost. Ikora looks to the traveller again, awaiting judgment for her words. Recognition, anything. You fear its accessibility? Yes. Not for the sake of hoarding, I would hope. No. I fear what reckless hands would do with that knowledge. Ikora has seen it. Anger given voice through power, and she has lived long enough to know fear flows freely in the absence of reason. Now is not the time to be concerned with gatekeepers. Osiris's words ring with truth. Denial and ignorance would become the cornerstones of their prison. To be wielded, to be properly resisted, darkness must be understood. The power it offers is a pathogen, Ikora says, virile and ravenous. We must inoculate ourselves against its temptations. But the doubt does not leave her. Still, the mere hint of darkness has already corrupted so many. Osiris looks at his open palm. Yes, they were strong. But it is possible they were not strong in the right way. A wall does not keep out the rain. To some, the last city is alive. During the hours of light and dark, it breathes in rhythm with the traffic flow of vessels in the skies and citizens walking its streets. And it cries out in their shared fear and uncertainty about the future and times ahead. Saint 14 came to hear those cries, to immerse himself in them and understand. The sun is setting when Ikora Ray finds him in a plaza beneath the Traveller's shadow. There were crowds here not all that long ago. Crowds of citizens flinging praise and accusations in equal measure. Like a Titan, Saint endured. But when the eyes of the city are no longer on him, Saint takes the time to tend to his wounds, even if they are merely metaphorical. If you need the space, I can come back another time. Ikora announces her presence, standing beneath an arched trellis fragrant with lavender and heather. Sitting on an old concrete bench, Saint looks to her from across the plaza. His permission to approach is as simple as a beckoning gesture. As Ikora enters the plaza, she can see the fatigue wearing down on him. Never does a Titan's shoulders show such burden as they do when they bear the weight of others. Hello, Ikora. Saint greets her and straightens up, as if in defiance of his earlier slouch. Saint, Ikora sits beside him on the bench. It's peaceful here, especially when the sun is setting. So many shadows at this hour, but see that? Saint motions with an armored hand toward a corner of the park bathed in warm golden glow. Always a little light, no matter how dark. Ikora doesn't even realize she's smiling at first, choosing to temper her expression in light of what she'd come here to talk about. Saint can already tell. You have come to ask after Osiris, yes? He keeps his focus ahead on the play of shadow and light. I just want to know if he's... Ikora pauses. She doesn't know which words to use. Saint nods, then folds his hands in his lap. You know Osiris, he says with a hint of good-natured jab in his tone. Private, even among friends. Cloistered. Ikora remains silent, but lays a reassuring hand on Saint's arm. But he has changed. Saint's shoulders slacken. Ever since the young wolf dragged him off the moon, it feels like a part of him stayed there. Saint shakes his head. He is both obsessed and empty. Then quietly, he adds, He would not even let me comfort him. Osiris has never handled grief well. Ikora gives his arm a squeeze, but leaves her hand there in reassurance. You know the roads that can lead him down.
Yes,
Saint agrees.
he is already planning, researching old records of the speaker, cryptic texts on ghosts. I worry so much, but I cannot tell him so. You know how he would react.
Ikora squeezes Saint's arm again. Saint. The Titan turns to regard Ikora. Wordless acknowledgement of her question. This isn't easy to ask, but you know Osiris better than anyone. He already knows the question by the palpable concern in Ikora's eyes. Is Osiris a danger to himself? Saint looks away. He can't bear to see that look in her eyes. He can barely give her his honest answer.
I do not know.
Because it hurts too much. High priority. Cause for concern. Cold electronic light flickers over Zavala's face as he scrolls. Investigation ongoing. Results unclear. None of it registers. At this time of night, the words all blur together. An indecipherable stream of endless worry. In a blip, the screen goes dark. Thank you, Taj, he murmurs, rubbing his eyes. His ghost, silent and steady as a rock, nods. Forcing the commander to power down is part of the routine these days. A blue flash, a change in air pressure. The day isn't done yet. Zavala looks up just as Ikora lands in his office threshold. Is now a bad time? A silly question. Ikora can see the wariness hanging on Zavala like mist on a mountain. But it feels right to ask. A habit from breezier times. Zavala gestures for her to sit, but Ikora shakes her head. I have a request, she says, moving towards the vista behind his desk. It's a favor, really. The view is especially stunning tonight. The city's streetlights glowing amber under a purple night sky. The Traveler gleaming over it all. Usually, this scene would fill Ikora with fierce pride and protectiveness. Right now, nothing but envy for the citizens sleeping below. Managing the hidden has never been a simple task. She begins as Zavala joins her at the window. And now that we need them more than ever, they need you. His immediate affirmation is firm and reassuring despite his own exhaustion. Of course, I'll handle the rest. But she can't accept it. In all your spare time? She chuckles softly. Let's face it, Zavala. The Vanguard was never meant to be a two-person operation. Zavala looks at her, bewildered. Is she seriously suggesting that now is the time to... I don't mean filling Cade's seat. Not with everything that's going on. I think a better plan is for you to take on... an assistant. Ikora fights to keep her face neutral as she presses on. One who has experience in times of war. Who understands the Vanguard's role intimately. Especially when it comes to making decisions that may be... unpopular. Now it's Zavala's turn to chuckle. Not many candidates with those qualifications. Saint 14, perhaps. And... he stops short, the faint smile evaporating from his face. You're not asking me to make Osiris my assistant, are you? Ikora clears her throat, briefly overtaken by the urge to transmat far, far away. Landing in a nest of angry hive would be preferable to finishing this conversation. Advisor is probably the title he'd prefer. I take it you haven't discussed this with him, then? a gentle admonition. Ikora can't bring herself to meet Zavala's gaze, but his sigh tells her enough. Can he be relied on? Zavala asks finally. She wants to answer, to say yes, of course, but the words have lodged themselves in her throat. Her vision swims with 1,000 pinpoint lights shining in the city that night, each one connected to a life she's bound to protect. A wall does not keep out the rain. Osiris's voice rumbles in her head. She closes her eyes. Back in the stone garden earlier that day, they had been talking about the darkness and the strength to keep it at bay. But before that, Osiris had handed her a message. One he couldn't bear to read, which was just as well because it contained, amongst other things, an all-caps indictment. He is not as strong as he thinks. Ikora had smiled upon reading that. Even in death, Sagira couldn't resist taking her guardian down a peg or two. The rest of the message was not as amusing. I know you know that, Ikora, but I'm telling you here because he will try to strong-arm you and everyone else into leaving him alone. Please don't let him. Without me there to harass him into asking for help, I don't know what he will do. Something self-destructive is my guess. You're the same that way. You've got hungry minds, needing constant challenges to occupy you. My death is one of those puzzles that cannot be solved. He'll try, though. He'll try until he burns out completely. Only this time, I won't be there to sweep up the ashes. Ikora. Zavala's voice draws her back to reality. He wants to help. Ikora forces herself to look at Zavala. Let him see her disquiet, her desperation, anything to convince him. He needs to help. Zavala meets her gaze. For a moment, neither of them say a word. They simply look into each other's eyes, into the eyes of the only other being with the weight of the soul system bearing down on their shoulders. At last, he breaks the silence. Very well. Redouble your efforts. It feels like it'll never end, Crow says. No matter how many of the Wrathborn we kill, it feels like Xivu Arath has 6 times as many waiting to take their place. What worries me is that we're only seeing the Elixir among the converted. But I know remnants of the Red Legion were corrupted as well. We need to redouble our efforts. Focus on hunting down the most powerful of Xivu Arath's servants. Find a way to shut the Cryptoliths down forever. Or, I suppose, die trying. Repeatedly, he adds with a smirk. The Guardian must continue the Wrathborn Hunts. Fate worse than death. The Guardian comes around the corner and hears a loud metallic clang as Crow hurls a wrench at his workbench in anger. He looks sheepish when he sees the Guardian and begins to tidy up. Spider's attitude toward these hunts is getting to me, he confesses. I've tried to reason with him that there might be a way to save the corrupted Elixir. He won't hear it. I know the Wrathborn are a threat, but I refuse to abandon these people to death or a fate worse than that. They took me in, and they deserve better. The Wrathborn hunts keep going. Wild Hunt Suit. The Hunter.
Welcome, my wily new friend. Your compatriots spoke quite highly of you. Your propensity for live capture.
My compatriot's gap. Galen Thor's eyes flickered from fallen to spider to fallen, before lingering on a man in the back-shadowed wall to the spider's left. I guess as long as they're all good words, it's fine. Better to be spoken of than not at all, no? Spider touched curled fingers to his rebreather, as if to block his tiny inhalations of anticipation. Galen Thor heard shifting at his back and spotted two associates leaning against the wall behind him. They sported wire rifles and short daggers on their harnesses. Depends. This bounty from Ara, Mark is a month in the wind. Laughter blustered from the hulking Elixir's mouth. Your ilk, always so direct. Down to business. I like that. That acumen. The spider gestured forward with his lower arms, and an associate plunked a small metal crate before Galen Thor. I assure you, they are still very much in the neighborhood. The associate unclasped the lid. Two Golden Age era bottles of amber liquid nestled in padded cloth glistened in the lair's uneven lighting. The shadowed man behind Spider bent forward for a better view. Galen Thor approached and lifted the craft glass bottle. For me? He asked with a smirk. This must be a crap job. Directly from my private selection. A motivation to return my quarry alive. In addition, of course, to a generous sapphire wire reward. Motivation suggests they wouldn't cooperate if asked. Oh, I'm sure they would. If they were able. Spider leans forward. You're hunting a Wrathborn. Galen Thor's head tipped upward to meet Spider's gaze. Why don't you just send your enforcer after it? A man only has so many hours in the day. Attention is required elsewhere, and this is a personal matter. The syndicate boss turned each of his four hands over one after the other. However, you will be using an invention of his. Clever, but keep that to yourself. Compliments. Get away from him. Alive. Galen Thor turned the bottle in his hand. That's right. This particular mark caused irreparable damage to something very close to my benevolent heart. Restitutions are in order. Spider brandished a jagged, shivering smile. And I need your flunkies stepping on my heels? Assisting you. Nivix and Venerus know the details and have experience in these matters. They will take you to the site of the attack. I hear your folks empty your marbles when you get too close to those things. This particular mark has begun to wander to greener pastures. No Cryptolith in sight. Galen Thor bobbed his head, processing the information. Keep your wire. I want the beast well. Spiders bristled momentarily as he considered the terms. That wouldn't be fair, but I could live with it. If you tell me who dropped you that little crumb. When the job's done and tender exchanges hands, yeah, I will. Keeping me in suspense. I'm not a patient spider. I don't expect to be long. Galen Thor leaned towards his tagalongs, dropping words for the fallen to pick up. You're with me, Dreglings. Nivix hissed and said something in Elixir to Vinris before moving. She nodded to Spider and shouldered her rifle and fell in line. The Exo's eyes flicked to the man in the shadows. Exile? He said, bending his head in a courteous nod. Mind your business, Guardian. The man's voice was even and measured. And good luck. Galen Thor smiled, took his transfiguration from the doorman. Osiris, he muttered under his breath as he crossed the exit. I knew it. Not sure I needed you two to find this. Galen Ford dismounted his sparrow. He pulled down his hood and drew transfiguration to his eye. The cindering wreckage of an exploded ground transport was marred with dull green spinnerets of thin smoke. Warped metal littered the site, which consisted of a compacted road surrounded by craggy outcroppings of rock. The transport itself was pried open and half full of melted slag. Cooling runs of igneous magma drooped through still molten floor of the transport. He surveyed the frantic scuttling footprints throughout the area. The two fallen with him cut their pike engines and sat waiting for the Guardian to make a move. Each pike toted a small package of supplies. Nivix with lure and extract. Vinris with ether and extra ammunition cells. Both carrying multiple web mines. Galen IV slung his rifle and looked to the fallen. Nivix gestured forward with his dominant arms. After you, yes? The Exo made his way into the site. The two trappers followed. Security unit. Nivix held up a frame's head. Bad job. How aggressive have you made them? Anything that would incite the Wrathborn to move away from its shrine? Nivix pried an eye from the frame socket and pocketed it. Insight? No. Recorder is broken. The fallen chittered with laughter and let the head clunk in the dirt. Vinris snickered. The Exo was not amused. It's an oddity to stray from their shrine, savvy? Something drew it out. Galen looked to Vinris. Yes, but... Vinris formed the words with care. Territorial expansion. Not so set in ways as guardians, Nivix said, walking past Galen IV. Age makes them bolder, it would seem. Galen ignored the preceding remark. There are newer retreads in the tracks, he said, tracing freshly overturned dirt against old, torrified patches. It has returned before. It will again. Oh, the Guardian thinks this? Nivix looked to the transport's melted chassis. The Guardian does. Predators mark new territory with a kill. It'll be back. Make sure no one challenged their claim. Try to keep up, Spiderling. I will. Nivix craned his neck to peer into the burst transport. Soul fire. I smell it. Is that what your boss was transporting? Could have caused the explosion. No. Vinris's response was quick and sharp. Exotic flora. You speak too freely. Nivix chastised her in Elixir. He quickly contorted his face into a smile toward Galen IV before switching languages. It is a private matter, yes? Sensitive. No questions. Motive is important. Galen's eyes flicked between the two fallen. No, only capture is important. Fine. At any rate, no flower survived this. The Exo knelt in the dirt and unfurled his fingers into an open palm. Old blood here, but no bodies. A ghost materialized and silently scanned the stained ground. Fallen. Traces of ether and... Cabal oil? Galen turned to his escorts. There were associates on this convoy. Always. Nivix eyed Galen's ghost as it dematerialized into the Exo's hand. Vinris nudged Nivix and spoke. They take bodies. Don't know why, she added. Cabal oil, unexpected. Rumor is Callus has a ship snagging Scorn from the reef. You're sure it was Wrathborn? Assuredly. Nivik said, locking eyes with Galen 4. Good riddance to scorn.
Cabal are just as susceptible as you are?
It would seem, yes. Nivix crouched near Galen. Camp? Asked Vinris as she joined the huddle. Galen nodded.
Build a fire, and plant the lure.
Trap, instead? Vinris looked to Nivix. Why we're here? No surprise with fire.
Let me worry about that. Just build the fire.
Nivix stood. Build yourself, light wielder. Dust whipped across the tangled shore as nebulous clouds rolled and torrented overhead. It wasn't clear to Galen 4 where exactly wind was generated in the reef, but it howled just the same. The three huntsmen lay on tattered mats in the dirt, backs to each other in the sky in a triad. From two of their backs, matte black quills bent in the wind. The third's back was shrouded under a faded tan cloak, tent-poled by the quiver extending from his Orpheus rig hip plate. Their vehicles lashed down under camouflaged covers. Shimmering flames licked the interior of the burnt-out transport. The engine oil they used for fuel turned the blaze a violet hue.
I'll draw it with a void tether. Once it's snared, we can spring your arc cage.
The Guardian does not want web mines? Highly effective. Vinris gestured to her covered pike.
I don't need anything exploding while I'm securing the cage.
If the Guardian says so, Nivix replied, checking the bolt on his wire rifle.
Just don't shoot me in the back.
If the Guardian says so. Galen 4 sighed.
Enough shot.
Hours of night drift by slowly. The violet fire began to burn down. Does the Guardian enjoy Spider's employment?
I'm a freelancer. Payment is my employer, not Spider.
Likewise, Vinris said cheerily. Somewhat.
Oh yeah? He pay you well?
Well enough, Nivix replied. Work well, pay well. Start your own work.
And Spider supports that sort of entrepreneurial spirit?
Galen 4 asked. Payment flows upward, and the Spider looks elsewhere. All is made well, Nivix said.
Do you know who that man back there was in your spider's lair?
No, Vinris answered. Do not care, Nivix added.
Osiris. You should know. Ever heard of Six Fronts?
Many times, from Guardians who speak of little else than their victories. Nivix adjusted his posture.
I think I can speak to it. I was there,
said Galen. I was not, interjected Vinris. And Vinris knows only the shore. Do they tell you all fallen died that day? No Guardians? Convenient. Nivix cackled. Galen 4 rolled to his side to look at Nivix.
You saying otherwise?
Nivix turned to face him. Yes. I remember the fronts. I remember Red War. I remember Earth. I remember Reese. I remember before the great machine lifted you up. Vinris listened to the two without moving.
You're older than I thought. I'm sure you'd agree things were simpler then. You knew who was good and who was bad. I miss those times. Now, it's a mess.
Simple? Nivix laughed in Galen's face. Life was never simple. But suffering makes the mind narrow. changes what we see. Survival makes many enemies. We know this truth.
Alive for so long. You killed your fair share of our people?
Galen said bluntly. And you ours, Nivix replied. Now, we are not killing. Is this not simple? Galen thought for a moment.
Past can be hard to forget.
Yes, but Guardians have the gift of time, Vinris said quietly. Your heroes? Our nightmares, Nivix said. Osiris. We had a different name. He is not so intimidating now.
I wouldn't say that to his face. You should be thanking him.
Galen 4 rolled back to his original position. Thanking today, cursing at the fronts. Perspectives change, yes? Nivix said, rolling back as well.
I guess. Without Osiris, we could be on a completely different timeline. Or worse.
Yes, this one is preferable. Many prosper. No problems here.
You being sarcastic?
If the Guardian says so. Vinris was the first to spot movement. 20 meters against the horizon, a lumbering hulk of muscle and high-density Cabal plating indolently ascended a stone column in her firing line. It huffed air deeply, leapt forward, and impacted the ground with dead-weight grace on 2 armored trunks. The tremor ran through her bones. The trio swapped to close-band comms.
Beasts in sight.
Galen 4 and Nivix slowly crawled to her side, taking care not to draw attention in the quiet night. The beast was Cabal, alright. Red paint-scraped armor of the Legion buckled against an outpouring of muscle and blistering flesh. From its back and stomach, bladed tendril mutations slithered through gaps in the armor. Its hands were fused in an evergrip around 2 massive cleavers that ploughed trenches in the soil as it trundled toward the flames.
It appears abnormal for a Wrathborn,
Vinris noted.
Old. Perhaps one of the first. An escapee of the Crows.
Nivix mused.
Preventable. Spider will be displeased.
The Wrathborn gladiator tore into the wrecked transport. Licks of flame seared its exposed meat without notice, and remnant oil set the gladiator's cleavers alight in patches.
I'll handle this. Excuse me.
Galen 4 stood and strode directly toward the Wrathborn. It lurched to face him and loosed a tortured bellow. Galen snapped a smoke bomb in his hand and with a flicker of void light flung it into the Wrathborn's mouth. After a muted pop, dull purple smoke poured from its head and the Wrathborn reeled in fumes. Blood-curdling shrieks cast plumes of smoke like clouds against the starry backdrop. Galen knelt and shouldered Transfiguration. He sent 4 heavy arc rounds that cracked splits in the Wrathborn's helm. It howled and stampeded towards him. Tendrils lance-hooked into the dirt to rip its body forward faster. It tripped the shadow shot he had set. Void light tethered the Wrathborn, anchoring it at the core of its existence. The beast whiplashed and lost its footing. Face struck floor, shattering its helmet. The mad thing rose, smoke billowing from its nostrils like a helion. It wrenched with every fibre of strength, veins bursting to break.
Keep pulling like that and you'll tire yourself out.
Galen 4 sauntered around the Wrathborn, darting stake points into the ground to form the Arc Cage's cornerstones. He pulled the third from his belt when he felt something snap within him. It broke the void tether? From the dying smoke launched a tendril. He ducked it and saw the fiery blade just quick enough to roll over it and into invisibility. He flicked another smoke bomb into his hand and struck the beast between the eyes. It flailed and sent tendrils in his direction. Galen rolled back and came up, rifle forward. He dropped the first two and began to reposition when the ground erupted beneath him. A tendril pierced his thigh and dangled him in the air as two more drove at his head and chest. He cracked a spike grenade against his knee. The stick sputtered and beamed with void light. He severed the oncoming tendrils with the beam, and they gushed soulfire like a fissured dam. The torrent incinerated the grenade and half of Galen IV's right arm. His rifle fell. Before the thought to reach became action, the Wrathborn slammed the Exo to the floor and pinned his leg. Galen's breath tremored. It raised its horrid cleavers. He drew Lonesome from under his cloak and shot the thing in the eye. It cast him across the site and through a stony point protruding from the ground. Shards of broken rock cascaded around the Guardian. Galen clutched a puncture in his chest. A barb of stone protruded from it. The throw had shattered his hip. He was unable to stand, and it was getting dimmer. A shadow in his vision. Lightning wires overhead. Pressure. Galen IV inhaled sharply. He sat up and flexed his limbs. His ghost floated before him. It was a lucky hit. Aren't they all? Galen stood and brushed himself off. Appreciated, Clip. Wire rifles made it run before things got too bad. The ghost dipped in a nod and dematerialized. Before? Galen IV turned around. Nivix and Vinris sat several paces away in pensive observation. Those rifles jam or something? Guardian requested to handle situation. Nivix clacked his jaw. Went as intended, yes? Galen glared at Nivix, but the Fallen simply stepped forward and offered a hand to help him stand. Kept the Guardian's body from being dragged away. Saved pretty rifle, Vinris said, placing Transfiguration in the Exo's hands. Galen's glare relaxed as he locked eyes with Vinris and conferred a mute look of thanks. Quarry is on the move. Unwise to return to an expecting spider with empty hands. Nivix took a long breath from an ether canister. What will the Guardian do? How long was I out? Not long. Minutes, Vinris replied. Galen closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt his prey still tethered to his light, marked by traces of the void. Nivix was right. It was close. We hunt. Ah, Nivix stood. Fortunate that we wounded Wrathborn, he said, pointing to a trail of fluid. Galen IV looked to the dim afterglow of the quenched fuel fire, to the fresh trail before them. I defer to you, old-timer. Good. Yes, try to keep up, Nivix chittered. He pulled a transponder from his belt. Tracking shot. Useful. Not far on pikes, or flimsy guardian bird. Galen IV mounted his flimsy guardian bird. By all means, lead. They followed the trail in silence. Nivix led, then Galen IV, then Vinris. They had encircled him like a tenderfoot calf. He had underestimated the Wrathborn's resilience, made a fool of himself to show up a couple fallen on a dead rock. But a breakage heals stronger, if it's set right. They closed the distance quickly. The Wrathborn's lair was a small cave hovel with a bend just past the entrance. He could almost see the creature's breath through the stone, feel its movement. Does the Guardian wish for web mines? Vinris held a mine out to Galen sheepishly. Galen took it. Let's line the entrance, Vinris. How many? All of them. We overwhelm it at the choke point, then tether and spike it down. Nivix nodded. Draw it out. We will keep its tails from killing you. Again. Appreciated. Guess I'll be the bait. Galen 4 entered the cave and saw the Wrathborn caressing a tendril rooted in its back. Before it, a shrine of black twisted spines. They had begun to harden and gain a translucent metallic sheen, increasingly stained by drippings as his eye wandered higher. The missing associates hung impaled at their apex as tarnished crowns. The spines fed upon them, and Galen could see the planted stems weaving together at the base. The Wrathborn yanked the tendril from its back and planted it. They quivered. A hint of a voice. Galen would look upon them no longer. He formed a vortex of void in his palm and slung it beneath the Wrathborn. It stumbled backward as the grenade burned away. Behind it, the fallen bodies disintegrated, but the spires remained unscathed and thirsty. The Wrathborn turned to pursue him, ripping at the ground, ceiling and walls for holes. The Guardian ran and dove over a line of web mines at the cave mouth. He cloaked as the Wrathborn was barraged by their spheres of arc disruption. Nivix and Vinris pelted the beast with wire rifle shots, fending off tendrils and drawing attention from Galen 4. The Guardian knocked a void light bolt and cast his shadow shot into the Wrathborn's chest, drawing its limbs in with crushing gravity. The trio drew arc cage stake points and flung them into position around the incapacitated Wrathborn. As the last stake made connection, the arc cage sprung and shocked the beast into unconscious submission. Morning light trickled over the horizon as the three finished tying down the cage for transfer. Better this time, Nivix croaked. Cave is unsettling. Web mines were a good idea, the Guardian replied. He sighed. I strongly advise you demo that cave. Agreed. I will call for a Ketch. Nivix stepped away, shouting back, Enjoy your liquor and, well... Galen 4 smirked. Vinris checked the cage's seals and looked to Galen. What will the Guardian call his war beast? Castus. A good hound. Peace, For Savek. Crow leans against the table, his head bowed. There was an Elixni, he says, a salvager dreg named Savek. We'd worked together a few times out on the shore. A few days ago, I saw her in a horde of Wrathborn. Managed to isolate her, drag her away, restrain her. He refuses to meet the Guardian's eyes. I tried to get through to her, to reach the Savek I knew, but she fought so hard to free herself that she nearly tore one of her arms off. Crow swallows, and we can see his throat jump. Silence then. I don't know what else to do, so I gave her what peace I could. A difficult teacher. You just missed Osiris. Crow notes with a look over his shoulder. He's been teaching me a hive dowsing ritual so we can map out the interdimensional pathways through the Ascendant Plane. Use what we were learning about the Cryptoliths to track down the High Celebrant. Crow puffs out his chest just so. He says I'm a fast study, and maybe the spider might allow him to continue tutoring me when this is over. There's a lot I could learn from him. The corner of his mouth crooks up. When I asked him where he learned so much about the Hive, he told me not to ask questions I wasn't ready to have the answers to. Crow laughs. I can see why people think he's kind of an ass. More Wrathborn Hunts take place.
Prepare for contact.
I'll leave this one to you, Guardian. Let the hunt begin.
Ziva Wrath calls her Wrathborn back to the Ascendant Plane.
I guess they don't want to fight. Sword logic my flaps.
Prudence and cowardice are often confused. The same with foolishness and bravery.
Channel is secure. It's just you and the Guardian.
I saved an awoken soldier from a Wrathborn roaming the city last night.
Did the soldier say anything to you?
He pointed to a scrap of cloth I found, marked by a burning ring. Called me Paladin.
Well, that's a good nickname. People used to call me cooked meat. Yes, very funny. Did you say anything to him?
Of course not. I gave him the cloth. I know better than to keep something familiar.
Soulfire thread trails from that one, leading into the Ascendant Plane. If we could trace its route, it may head to the Celebrant. Surely Ziva Wrath would know of this vulnerability.
Good. They should know we're coming for them.
We're getting better at this. In no small part to your guidance, Osiris.
You still have much to learn about the Hive. But yes, progress is being made.
You rub elbows with the Vanguard High Command, right?
Elbows? I suppose. As much as an exile can.
They must trust you to welcome you back into the city. Thank you for not.
Warlock, how goes the campaign?
At pace with expectation. Though, had I my light, I could split the atoms of Zivu's treasonous worm from where I stand.
It's a hard thing to lose. I know a few who've tried to get it back. We should speak in person.
Osiris tells me that you're working with them.
Did he mention a name?
That I should meet them for myself.
They're on loan from Spider, so that may not be possible.
So I hear. My attention is required on Europa, but this discussion is not over.
Welcome, my most productive Guardian. Have you heard? The Crow reports our High Celebrant is finally within reach. He and the Warlock Osiris have used what you've learned on your hunts to track it to the Dreaming City. My hunter, exemplary, an emblematic paragon. It makes me wonder why I needed you. I jest, of course. Though I have to admit, I carry some trepidation. My pet stands at your shoulder like an equal. Your encouragement makes him think himself a guardian. The vanity. Do not let him so close, or spoil him with pretty dreams. Kill the High Celebrant. Break Ziva Wrath's hold over my shore, and you can claim any prize in my lair as your reward. You'll have earned it.
Coup de Grace. Crow shuffles esoteric gadgets around his workbench. We're on the verge of the Coup de Grace. I've tracked the High Celebrant to the Dreaming City, but the lure will need to be upgraded one last time before we make our move. The Lightbearer holds up one of the strange baubles and examines it closely. Here it is, the final piece. Crow smirks. Well then, like Spider always says, we're in business. It is time to put an end to Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. The Guardian heads to the Dreaming City.
Remember, the Celebrant must be killed in the Ascendant Plane. Destroy it, and you will deal Xivu Wrath a crippling blow.
Right. No Celebrant, no Cryptoliths. No Cryptoliths, no Wrathborn. Let's see her fight us without an army. Crow, are you there?
Somewhat. I tracked the Celebrant through a portal into swirling darkness. A gateway to the Ascendant Plane. As I said, swirling darkness. I'm learning its tricks now, studying how it moves through these realms. It's like a shark cutting through black water.
Keep an eye on it.
I can do more than that.
The Guardian deploys the lure at the Cryptolith.
Ha! Tagged it. It's bleeding energy and on its way back to you.
The High Celebrant emerges. They weaken the Celebrant and it flees.
It fled back into the Ascendant Plane, but it left something behind.
Told you I tagged it. That's residual energy, a blood trail. Destroy it and the essences in your lure should reopen the portal.
They track the Celebrant and follow it through a tear in the Ascendant Plane.
The Celebrant seeks to bring more territory under Xivu Wrath's control. Be quick. She will not be pleased with trespassers.
We made it through the portal back to the Dreaming City. No sign of the Celebrant. Crow, where are you?
At your coordinates, walking the other side of the same coin. The way I see it, as long as we're in both planes, it has nowhere to hide.
Celebrant sighted.
Do your thing.
This isn't working. We can't truly damage the Celebrant without reclaimed light.
Hold tight, I'm on it.
We flushed them out of the Ascendant Plane and into the open.
I just shot them until they ran, but I like the way you put it better.
It flees again. They follow the trail left behind by the Celebrant.
To think you can enter this plane using nothing but dead essences. Xivu Wrath strikes where Savathûn first pushed through the veil and entered the Dreaming City. Has she no ambition of her own?
It flees and seals the portal behind itself.
It stopped bleeding energy. We can't get through.
I think the Celebrant realized we marked it. It sealed the portal behind itself.
We're trapped in here?
If your companions are trapped in the Ascendant Plane with the Celebrant, then they are already lost, like Sagira.
The portal closed, but maybe there's enough hive magic left in the lure to activate some other way through.
They place the lure.
I hope you can hear this. The Celebrant turned it around on us. The hunter becomes the hunted. I wanted to... Listen, if things get ugly for us in here, just know it's not your fault. Everything I did because I wanted to. Thank you for letting me have a choice.
They follow a hidden path into the Ascendant Plane. They cross a chasm to the Celebrant.
Crow, we're in the Ascendant Plane. Do you read us?
Nothing in here I can't handle.
What are you talking about? The Celebrant broke your legs and threw you into an abyss.
Nothing I can't handle. The High Celebrant's just up ahead, and I think I have a plan.
For Sagira.
Are you keeping it busy? I'm nearly at the portal where you came in.
You're leaving?
Like Osiris said, the Celebrant must die in the Ascendant Plane, and you're our best shot at making that happen.
He's leaving.
I survived by watching the world around me and learning from my light.
I've studied how that thing creates those portals. This time, I'll be ready.
Energy readings are spiking. It's going to create another portal.
I'm in position on the other side. You're smoking it out, Guardian, but if I block the exit, it burns.
Crow, the portal.
I see it.
The celebrant is weakened.
Now, finish it.
Guardian finally kills the celebrant.
The high celebrant of Zivou Arath is no more. How did you manage that?
Crow destroyed its portal from the other side when it tried to escape. I knew he wouldn't really leave us.
No, never. Oh, bring its head, would you? Spider will want proof when you come to collect. It's been an honor, Guardian.
It's done.
So it is. So it is. All right, Guardian. As promised, you can have a prized bauble from my lair as compensation for your heroics.
I want him.
Cute. Real funny.
You said anything in the room.
You really want my little bird? Fine. You can have him. Fly away. And get the hell out of my lair.
Now what?
I don't know. It doesn't feel real. Freedom. Why would you do this for us?
Because you're a Guardian.
Cleaning up the shore. Crow seems different today, as though a weight has been lifted off of him. I still can't believe it, he says with cautious amazement. But Spider was quick to agree to your terms. He never gives up that easy, which means he thinks there's something to gain. He sent an engineer to remove the explosives from Glint, so he's held up his end of the bargain. For now. Crow's wariness for the future is tempered by a growing sense of optimism for the present. As for me, I plan on sticking around. He cracks a rare smile. Just a little longer. The High Celebrant may be gone, but we need to clear out the remaining Wrathborn before the Cryptolith will decay. That could take weeks, possibly months. Crow squares his shoulders to the task ahead. I'll get things started. Then you Tower Guardians can handle the rest. I've earned my freedom, and I intend to enjoy it. The man I am. I suppose this is it, Crow says with a sense of finality. Time to say goodbye to the reef, to the only home I've ever known. He looks thoughtful, if a little distant. Osiris came by earlier. We talked for a while about my plans for the future. I told him I'd considered exploring somewhere remote, like Venus, but he suggested a different course. I'm coming to the tower. Crow holds his head up high. People may judge the man I was, but I refuse to cower in the shadow of his legacy. I'm a Guardian. I need to act like one. Hawkmoon. What is this feeling? I did not ask for it. I do not understand it. I do not want it. The crow is so carefree in his ignorance. The bonfire's glow lights up his pale features, and I am drawn to the hope in his gold eyes. Where is the despairing child I anticipated? He drinks from an open bottle of wine against the recommendation of his ghost. The Guardian encourages him and they are laughing. This celebration is maddening. Neither have the reason to be so jubilant. Their world is ending, and they thrash like dying creatures in the final light of collapsing stars. They do not seem to acknowledge the futility of their existence, the impermanence of it in the face of cosmic annihilation. Now the Guardian is drinking, standing close to the fire. Their ghost, too, encourages them not to partake. They poison themselves for the enjoyment of it. I am reminded of my sisters, of moments spent by lapping shores, gazing up at infinite stars full of possibilities and wonder. I am left yearning. What is this feeling? I do not understand it. I do not want it. They are celebrating their victory over the Taken. The crow is making a gun shape with his hand, swinging the nearly empty bottle of wine around in the other like a sword. The Guardian looks pensive, sitting on a rock by the fire, contemplating the secret they are keeping. The crow notices, but tries not to show it. He wants the Guardian spirits to be lifted. He wants to be supportive, so that they may share in their triumphs together, as equals. I'm reminded of my home. I'm reminded of the warmth of the sun and the embrace of my family. I am reminded of my father's face. I am reminded of everyone I betrayed. All the blood spilled in the name of immortality. The warmth of the sun burns me with its memory. What is this feeling? I do not want it. The fire has nearly died. The crow fell over and cannot stand, though he insists he is fine. Guardian is turning the embers with the tip of their sword. The ghosts are talking to one another in quiet conspiracy. The celebration has ended. I can sense their emotions are mixed. Complex and myriad things, when a simple, singular focus would suffice. There is a growing kinship here, against better judgment. What is this feeling? One exile to another. I wish I still had the bottle from that Warlock. I've never been drunk before. That I recall, anyway. Crow scuffed his feet, leaving wide trails amidst the dry pine needles on the forest floor. You can drink all the ethanol you like once we're in the last city, Glint chirped. I'm sure it's readily available there. He whirred quietly, cross-referencing all mentions of alcohol in his database. On second thought, I advise caution. Crow snorted. You usually do. The new Guardian and his ghost watched the sun set over the rugged tree line of the EDZ. In the pine-scented stillness, Crow was suddenly anxious. He imagined the great throngs of people in the city, hundreds of thousands of people, so many people all armed with the secret of his forgotten past. If they learned what Crow himself didn't know. What else do you want to try? Glint's tone was light, but his shell flaps were furrowed in concern. We deserve to celebrate. We can do anything you want, as long as... I know, Glint. I know. As long as nobody sees your face. Crow imitated the chipper digital voice of his ghost, then smiled ruefully. I wouldn't even know where to start. Food, maybe? I'm tired of everything tasting like gun oil and ether. I know just the place. A deep, languid voice floated out of the horizon behind him. Crow whirled, hand on his sidearm ready to draw. He relaxed as the grizzled warlock Osiris stepped forward from the shade of the pine trees. It's called the Drunken Noodle. Osiris is normally dour tone, bordered on levity. Order the Long Boy Special. It's delicious. I've seen pictures of noodles, Crow said doubtfully. They look like worms. Osiris smiled beneath his cowl. We need to talk about how you're going to get into the city. Our first priority is getting you some new clothes. Crow looked down and the sigil of the spider emblazoned across his chest. Probably a good idea. I have new gear for you aboard my ship. Osiris beckoned the pair back into the forest. You can change while we wait for nightfall. As Crow followed in the Warlock's footsteps, he once again imagined the crush of the last city. He could feel the weight of humanity pressing in around him. The mass of flesh and accusing eyes, the looming walls closing in around him. Crow's rumination was broken as they stepped from trees into a clearing with a beat-up jump ship parked in the center. Osiris paused at the foot of the loading ramp and turned to face Crow. There will come a time when your identity, your past, no longer stay hidden. Crow felt a tightness in his chest as he imagined the whole city, all of humanity, staring at him. And when that time comes, the Warlock continued, remember this moment. One exile to another. You can trust me. They clasped hands, and for a fleeting moment, Crow wondered if he might find acceptance after all. Thank you to anyone who has listened to this all the way to the end. If you had a favourite out of the 3 Wild Hunt set stories, you know, like the righteous Siegfried, the ether drinking warlock, or Galen with his adorable fallen crew, maybe leave a comment to share which and why. Having now played Final Shape, I'm so excited for the future of Destiny storytelling beyond the Light and Darkness saga. It was a great 10-year journey to get here, and if you are listening to this, then I hope you're looking forward to reliving the first saga of Destiny as we head deeper into the Beyond Light seasons, as the next release will be a classic, Season of the Chosen, where the Cabal Empress, Keitel, makes her first in-game appearance. So subscribe if you're up for some more Destiny lore readings like this one. Shout out, as usual, to the Destiny community resources Ishtar Collective, Destinypedia, Destiny Lore Vault, the Destiny Lore subreddit, Destiny Music Archive, and Last City Radio for their work that allows fan projects like this to exist. And as always, to all the writers, artists, designers, developers, just everyone at Bungie who creates Destiny.